todos. Buen día. Buen día a todos y bienvenidos al panel número 6 de este.
And welcome to this panel 6 of PPP Americas 2025 for changing the transportation route. Historically, the majority of the countries, the infrastructure of transportation have been and are route of entry for the PPP models. In this panel, we are going to talk about how PPPs are playing a key role in the improvement of sustainable infrastructure and the transportation services in the region, promoting resiliency of the infrastructures and innovation and efficiency in the sector. As our CEO has said, for us in BidInvest as financiers in the private sector, promoting PPP models in this sector is fundamental for our activities. He has mentioned about 25% of operations in the infrastructure and energy for PPPs. However, in the transportation sector, this percentage is 95%. Since 2017, we have financed 37 projects in the infrastructure and transportation for a total amount of $4.9 billion, and as I've made of the 95%. Are developed via the PPP model. And to talk about the infrastructure of transportation, here we have an excellent group of experts who are going to give us some vision about the sectors and regional perspectives, and they're going to also help us to have a vision of the challenges that we have for this model and to keep attracting foreign investment and private investment. So,
Chief PPP Officer at the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, with 22 years experience in port logistics, operations, management, and maritime transportation modernization, her perspective will be key to our conversation on transportation transformation. Nos acompaña también Cristiano.
We also have Cristiano La Justina, Director of Planning of Infra SA, an expert in regulation and planification of Brazil in transportation. More than 18 years in experience in land transportation. He has been a leader in multimodal logistics and transportation, and his knowledge in strategic planning and infrastructure planning are going to be key for this discussion. Thank you for participating in this panel, Christian. We also have Patricia Sandoval, Manager of Structuring in the FDN, the financier of regional financing, more than 12 years of experience in structuring of projects of structure in Colombia. She has been key in the connection between the public and private sector for the development of successful PPPs. Her knowledge in financing and management of risks will also be fundamental in our discussion. Thank you for participating, Maria Patricia. Our fourth panelist is Angelica Castro, International Director at Transconsult, with more than 25 years of experience in transportation and other kinds of mobility. She has also worked in both public and private sectors. She has been part of the team that planned and implemented Transmilenio, the public transportation system in Bogota. And she has been a consultant for public transportation systems in all of Latin America. Her knowledge in planning and structuring of mobility systems will be key for our discussion. Thank you for participating today, Angelica. We continue with Veronica Zambrano, Director of Ocitran, the entity supervising transportation in Peru, with a solid trajectory in investment in infrastructure. She has occupied key roles in the public sector, including the National Port Authority. Her experience in academics and strategic projects makes her a key participant in our discussion. Thank you, Veronica. And finally, we have Martin Rojas Capuro, who has more than 10 years of experience in the sector of the economy related to the financing of public and private projects, management of fiscal risk, and management of finances. We can highlight from his experience the management of public projects for an amount of investment of $2.6 billion, and he has participated in trust and infrastructure projects, and has also participated in the addendums of high complexity projects in sectors such as metros, roads, airports, ports, irrigation, energy, and sanitation. Thank you, Martin, for accompanying us today. Well, now, as we have already stated and will happen in all the other panels, we will also do a projection of the questions. The people can select a second question from the which we'll ask later to our panelists. So please, you can begin to your voting process for this.
Play a crucial role in the connectivity and competitiveness of island and coastal economies. In many countries, private investment has been essential for modernizing port infrastructure, improving logistics, and reducing operating costs. You are currently in the final stages of the bidding process for a new PPP for the port in the capital of your country, Port of Spain, in which you have been working in the last few years. What benefits are you expecting of this new PPP for the country? And also interesting would be, what has been your experience in having a successful bidding and selection process, and the challenges given that you are finalizing the selection of the preferred partner?
Gracias. Thank you very much, Felipe, and thank you to the IDB for this invitation and this opportunity. Right, so to answer the first question, the key benefits that we envision for the Port Authority, the Port of Spain, our cargo handling terminal, would be efficiency, productivity levels that would allow the ports to become more competitive and have international best practice standards. Coming out of that competitiveness and higher service levels, we expect that there'll be growth in trade, gateway as well as transshipment, and the port will be positioned in the region as a port to bring your vessels to. We also expect significant growth in general cargo, which is currently underutilized at the Port of Spain due to the explosion, the boom that's taking place in Guyana with the oil and gas sector. So those are some of the key benefits to the country and to the port that we would expect to happen out of this PPP. The experience, well, there are a couple of things. So first, I would say get a competent advisor like the IDB. Anchor and Pilar, the GIF, ALG team, have been very, very supportive, excellent in getting us to this place. We've been doing this for a number of years, as Felipe has said, and the process is not an easy one. You need the guidance, you need the advice, you need the support every step of the way. I would also say that having data is crucial, is critical, because if you don't have the data, then your feasibility will be flawed. So you have to have a proper feasibility study, and in order to do that, you need to have a lot of information about your company, about the port, because then that allows your potential bidders, or it allows the market to have the right information to give you the best possible bid, the best proposal, the best concession fee. Our arrangement is going to be build, rehabilitate, operate, transfer, brought, and it'll probably be for around 25, 30-year concession arrangement. Also, within any company that's looking to do a PPP, you need to have a key person or key people, because along with a lot of knowledge and experience about the company, about the port, whatever business that you're looking to partner with. that person also has to be a liaison with the government, because every step of our way, we've had to have decisions made. And if you don't have a key liaison between the consultant, the IDB, and the government, then nothing gets done, because you have to be pushing, pushing, and pushing all the time to meet deadlines and timelines. And yes, so I would say those were some of our experiences with the bidding process. Thank you.
Gracias, Trudy. Me quedo con dos o tres.
Thank you. I keep two or three words from your expose, and the first one is the objective of competitiveness. How can PPPs and what you are trying to do in Trinidad is to increase competitiveness not only of the port but also of the economy of the country and the impact that PPPs can have to that. And two messages from your experience. One, the importance of advisors that bring something to the table, knowledgeable, especially considering the complexity of the design of the PPP agreements and the processes, and lastly, the need of the governments to increase or improve their own capability, whether technical capability for the development of the projects. Thank you, Trudy. Cristiano. Brazil is a global reference for PPPs and transportation, including and also for transportation. And now, from your experience, what would be the first advancements for the planning for structuring of projects of transportation with PPP models in Brazil? Good day. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the invitation to participate in such an important event for us. It is an honor to be able to participate here and to share my experience. I believe that this question is very important and crucial for us because in Brazil, especially now in 2025, we have planned for the hiring of more than $25,000 in new concessions. So we have this we when it comes to roads, to railroads, and it is a success of this magnitude also challenges us daily to carry out projects that have sustainability, not only for the economic and financial, which is also important, but also to have, there's also this political factor, social factor, environmental factor for success. And the structuring of this project this PPP project is a cycle that also feeds continually all throughout their phases, beginning with the structuring of these projects, which is a key moment in which you identify these associates that are going to be working jointly with all the PPP projects. And here we have the contractual part, and we also have the concession of a contract where you have a robust process of management with the signing of the agreement, responsibilities, making sure everything is balanced, which ends with the successful achievement of the PPP. In Brazil, for more than 30 years, we have these agreements for federal concessions. And in this way, we have learned a series of lessons to have success in said projects. I would like to highlight that there are three main pillars to have projects that, that are successful. First of all, structuring of feasibility studies and quality studies, which is what we sell. So the studies that have been done with good technique that are modern, that consider these techniques of structuring for projects and to have a precision in the collection of data that are structured and this and to have this be adapted for this considering that it be considered for the project. Anything that is also relevant is the increase of this regulatory environment to have sustainability legal framework for this. I mean, for the evaluation of Brazil. And the third is the also important is the construction of this process, which is based on the on active listening of the listen to society, to the people, to the government, to be able to understand what is the need of each of the parts, to be able to accomplish what you need to do for the project. So, considering these three pillars, we designed a robust process to have success in the PPPs. Thank you, Christian. Now, I'm going to keep three key messages. First of all, the magnitude of the opportunity and the challenges that Brazil represents with their needs of infrastructure for PPPs, which now are a tool, a key tool to try to resolve this infrastructure gap. And then also the two quick messages too that also coincide with that of Trudy. The importance of feasibility studies that are both robust at the beginning and also mentioning the same word that we use based on data you can trust, and also what represents a large duration of time in the gathering of safe data and collection of the data to ensure that you have a robust agreement. So thank you, Christian. For Patricia, Colombia has had significant progress in the transportation infrastructure via PPP planning, in particular roads with the successful models of 4G and 5G they have incorporated, which have incorporated both significant innovations in the design. Which one would you consider to be the key factors for the structuring of successful PPP projects? Well, good day to everybody. Felipe, once again, thank you, and to the BID for this invitation in name of the Center of International Development and Infrastructure Banking of Colombia. We are honored of participating here. I bid, well, welcome to all my panelists as well as people present, and also to tell you that I will divide the transportation history in Colombia into three parts: our past, our present, and our future. Our past, as you already stated, we have more than 35 years in a maturing period for our road system and transportation system, what it has taken 5 generations. And it is a maturing process in which we have understanding what is the best distribution of risks in the contracts, what are the alternative to finance them, how do you have anticipated terminations, and to have people that finance this project are covered. And I believe that we have a learning curve which is very important. The financier has developed many relations nowadays. Institution that has been created along with the infrastructure agency have been created to make this a reality. So I wanted to add to this that you need good contracts, good structure, but also the correct institutions to execute these projects. And that is what we have done in VIAs as we do. But transportation nowadays in Colombia, and here we're coming to our present, goes even further than just roads. We have closed the gap more, and we have to keep working on two main issues. First, intermodality. Intermodality for us in this very moment is our current agenda. We are reactivating our railroad systems for both passengers as well as cargo. And the main challenge in this with private capital linking is to make this feasible, make this intermodality feasible. Second is sustainability, clean energy, transportation which is more efficient, and along with intermodality, I believe we are also betting also on urban mobility with our with air cable system transportation in which we also worked as some type of transportation road system. So nowadays, that is what we have currently, but the future we have the two instruments we have, which are a master plan for intermodal transportation. It is a long-term planning, which we're doing with the help of our experts in Colombia. One of them is called the firm Steer Davis Gleep, in which we envision in the near future in Colombia where we can have transportation corridors which are under concession, meaning not only, for example, to the airport or railroads, but also that we would also have, we can link private capital for great transportation corridors so that passengers and cargo have more trustworthy and efficient transportation. So that would be what it would be for transportation in Colombia, Felipe. Thank you, Maria Patricia, and it is very interesting. And I'm going to keep this first message that I connect with the other one you also stated, that how PPP models don't end, and what is important is that they evolve. And they evolve by improving, as you said, by learning from risk distribution and from agreements and from things that work and things that don't work as well, but also how they can be used as a tool for planning and public policy that can allow the expansion of said models to sectors that are more difficult or that appear with time. For example, as the example you said, where you're having your focus right now, and the railroad systems, which is an example, a very similar example to what happened in Brazil, or how can you use it for models for public transportation, which are less traditional. In the case of the cable cars, for example. Thank you, Maria Patricia. Now we're going to go with Angelica. Transmilenio, the transportation system of Bogota, has been a pioneer in the development of PPP models for urban transportation. And you have allowed Bogota to have the greatest fleet of electric buses in the region. What lessons can we learn from the use of the PPP structures to improve urban transportation? Well, thank you, Felipe. And good day to everybody. These questions have been very interesting because they brought me back to 25 years ago when we were dreaming to a transportation system that would be top for our city. And all throughout these 25 years, we have learned many lessons. The first, which I would like to share with you, is that we believe in self-sustainable, where what we did would be a reflection of of the actual cost that we had for the transportation. And many years later, and after many structured projects in Latin America, we have realized that this was not possible. It was a dream, and for many circumstances, which I'm not going to go into right now, due to time constraints, but it has been many things, and I'm letting you know, it will be our first lesson learned. The second one would be that even though PPPs for transport and transport operations have been very important to the development to the transportation system, not only in Bogota, but in other Latin American cities, including cities in Africa as well, it is also true that we cannot forget about incentives and disincentives for the users of the transportation system. We have everything, we owe them everything that we have, and as such, we need to keep them in an equilibrium, meaning what is the actual fare they pay, and also how much you pay for operators. And that is something that is very important, which sometimes stays only on paper or in the financial model, and we can't really reflect it very well in the agreements. And that is something that leads us to very interesting topics to discuss. But despite that, to go into electric mobility, there is another point in which how do we change the contracts which we had? For example, we had one integral public-private transportation to one that has the provider of energy, provider of fleet, the transportation well-defined, and maintenance as well, so that you can, in separating them, you can maintain a good service level. The second point would be that contracts nowadays include an analysis of ecosystem basket, which is part of what we have learned, because not only you review what you consider, but also the cost. And in this cost, it is also important to consider the savings that operators may have that can be absorbed by the system and by the rate or fare. So this learning process of learning to see what is your actual cost basket, so to say, something has been very favorable. Operators don't like it as usual. It always turns into a large discussion for them, but it is really good. Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, Angelica. I have to take home messages from this. One is linked with the previous message in the sense of the value of experience in the creation of contracts for PPPs and to serve new needs. For example, this change that you did as a pioneer in Latin America in relation to the contracts, to the concession contracts of urban to facilitate the introduction of electric buses into the system and the provision of the fleet and its operation. How can these models can allow for innovation to new models and specifically, and you have mentioned this need in general for all these PPPs in transportation, but very specifically for the one concerning urban transportation, which has to do with a detailed analysis of cash flows in order to analyze the feasibility of these models, but also seeking a proper balance between the public and private sectors. And now let us go with you, Veronica. Thank you for being here. Veronica, Peru has made its bed for all models of transportation, including roads, airports, railroad systems, and others. What strategies from your experience in Peru can be applicable to reinforce a system and expand it? Thank you. Thank you for the organizers of the event for this invitation. Well, we have effectively been working on this for many years, not that many really, but roughly 25 years, working on PPPs, and we believe that it is the most important model of investment for infrastructure of transportation that we have in Peru, because we have had for some years now works for taxes. We have now the V2G agreements, but we don't have the same versatility as PPP, because PPP, who builds it? Because we as supervised entity, who do we go and do a complaint? The one who's building it, because they're not the ones who didn't build it, so they can improve it or they can expand it, whichever may correspond. However, we have some experience supervising works with operators that did not do the actual works. And this has generated some situations in which the operator can say, well, this is a construction fault. I was not directly involved, so you cannot complain to me. So we believe the APP, above all, is the most important part in which they should be designed as a modality for these works of infrastructure that we need in a country. We have a deficit of up to 50 50 billion of this, which have only executed 12 billion. So we really are in this need to reinforce these PPPs. So I believe that what's most important is that as an authority, we have to be flexible, so to say, because sometimes there's too much intervention from many authorities and entities which have different criteria. So the best way to reinforce this PPPs is that the investor knows what is that he or she can expect from the life or of this PPP. Everything coincides that from what we have stated, that the structuring of it has to be very solid and very strong, and that during the life of this PPP, that we also have to leave. We have to give the freedom of the investor to build what he or she believes will go along with the contract. So I don't only manage what is the service levels or those elements in which we are going to identify that we are achieving the objective of which why they began this project in the first place. So that is why the structure has to be very solid. But once as a state, I know what I want. I know I want a port, so many dimensions, or this road is determined levels of service. I should only demand that and not go into micromanaging, which also brings many issues during the supervision of this. This is why this is why the experience of fast track for Jorge Chavez helps because we don't have a technical file, but here is the other work that is well done. We are now going into the operation phase, but we need to reinforce these PPPs and trust our investor, and that he also trusts us as a state so we can be more flexible. Thank you, Veronica. It is very interesting to have the vision not only of structuring but also of the work that you have for an importance that it has for these projects that they have available, that they have regulators available with enough capability and vision as to how and a clear notion of what is their function as regulators to facilitate the execution of contracts or agreements, which we know can be from a real long duration, and also take away this message from, which is also mentioned about the importance of PPPs, not only for what is the development of the infrastructure, but also to ensure maintenance and operation of the main infrastructure on the long term. And we're going to conclude with you, Martine. Now, from your experience, what schemes of financing and guarantees for the mitigation of risks are being structured in the portfolio of PPPs for transportation projects in Peru, and how does this affect sustainability, fiscal sustainability of the system? Thank you, Felipe. First, I want to stress the importance of PPPs in our portfolio. We have 27 allocated projects in Peru, so there are roughly around 13 billion projects we have in airports, roads, urban transportation, and metros. These have allowed us to have an evolution, our current evolution, in which we began with projects that were self-financed. And the scheme of payment or financing was via tariffs or raise of payments of, for example, toll roads. We're talking 2006, 2008. We, as an investment, we were still in process of this investment. We were new in PPP projects. And this led us to have a scheme of guarantees which were more aggressive, so to say, in which the state would guarantee income or a minimum annual income. This evolved with time. Roads also, greenfield also began to appear. And this led us to have a different scheme or schema in which of mixed investment, in which we used the contributions of the state during the execution or contributions as deferred contributions. We know this as RPKI, which are contributions from the state to bring the structure, for example, as the metro lines, which are of a significant investment. And what we seek there is to optimize the cost of financing. We were just talking yesterday about the K-Infra that they told us about the cost of financial and how to reduce this cost of financing. And in Peru, we also have right now mixed schemes in which we're trying to to divide the rates with the concessionaire, and in which we use this tariff to pay their obligations. And also this is all because to have projects such as the Periférico, which is more of a $36 billion. We also have also for the other metro lines, which also be done in executed in this trimester to come. I also want to talk about the fiscal sustainability, in which are some other things which we have to do, which is transparency of accountability. And we account for in our general balance, our passives and long-term assets, and we apply to have greater regulations for public accountability, and also generating an evaluation of capability of payment of the government on the long term, which can also have fiscal space in which we can commit resources, in which we commit to have a long-term commitments to pay our long-term commitments to the PPPs. Thank you, Martin. And it is also very interesting and takeaway message: evolution of the models with different aspects to what have been commented on in the regard of the difference between the guarantee of or the level of commitment of the state for each of the projects in order to seek sustainability, and also the importance of your last question about accountability and commitment on the long term on the part of the governments, and the necessary control that governments have to have in the regard of their long-term commitments to ensure a sustainability on the long term. Well, thank you very much. And now we're going to go see which question is the one that has been selected. Let us see which one got the majority of the votes. I believe that there is a clear winner here. And the question is, what key lessons have we learned from PPP projects in the transportation sector, and how can they be applied to improve efficiency? And let me try to look for the text because it is not present on the screen. Now, what key lessons have we learned from PPP projects in the transportation sector? How can they be applied to improve the efficiency and the connectivity of the region? Well, I believe that we have touched upon this in our responses, but please. I don't know who wishes to begin. Felipe, to not take away much time from my colleagues, I will summarize into one word, essentially: trust. Trust in the evolution of the model, trust in the source of payment. Colombia has a very important instrument, which is future payments for these contributions in their budget, with fiscal discipline, which is very relevant. Trust in demand studies to foresee traffic and volume of traffic, and also the rules that are put in the agreement for distribution of risk. Trust in the institutions that back this agreement and between the actors themselves. So it's important to have instruments that keep developing said trust. Perhaps what is most relevant is that this trust be the guiding aspect here, and that they not impose on people. People have to participate from the structuring itself and their socialization of these projects, and that they're an essential aspect to have true participative ways. To add to this, it is not just enough to say, this is the project we're going to do, I socialize it, accept it. That is something that is no longer acceptable for society. That is what I wanted to say. Thank you. Please. Yes, Felipe. What I wanted to say is that trust can be translated in activities, for example, on the part of the Ministry of Economy in accompanying all throughout the process. We have heard a lot about concessionaires in which they feel that they are left alone once the project is assigned, and in some cases they have maybe the regulator who's there to provide them some support, but sometimes not even that. So the Ministry of Finance and ProInversión, as a new regulation, they're going to have this. They're going to accompany them all throughout the life of the project. Should it be any situations, they can respond more effectively with a dialogue that is multi-sectorial. Thank you, Veronica. Yes, thank you. We in the organization, we have this directory of lessons learned, in which we have the different infrastructure. For example, we talk about roads, airports, ports. It's not important to go into detail, but if we want to speak in general terms, I would say that effectively I take away the socialization of the project, because social conflicts is something that has happened, and we have led us to actually to things not happening. For example, retrovías, provías, and sometimes people don't understand what we're talking, and sometimes they boycott the project, and the project fails. So when it comes to these issues to which this project is designed, something important is socialization and awareness. Also, it's important that functionaries and officers have understanding what is a PPP and what is not a public work. Because unfortunately, this confusion leads that you treat the concessionaire as somebody who to which it's not, and you demand things that should not be done. It happens in the judicial branch, conditional, and in these prosecutors' offices. So everybody in the state has to be in line and as to what is a PPP, where partners it's not that they are underlings. So, and their failures are our failures too. Another part of the priority for this project is that some we should also be working, which is the anti-corruption clause. The anti-corruption clause has to be present in all contracts and agreements, because it is a kind of symbol on the part of this concessionaire that he comes with clean hands, so to say. And why is it important? Because you have certain scandals that are linked with the transportation has generated a lot of lack of confidence and trust. So have many that actually have this, and we have to proceed in that. Thank you.
Ok. Hay dos temas que retomó de lo que hablé de lecciones específicamente para...
Well, there are two things that are accommodating here. The circumstances of the different systems, they have taken us to the importance of the fact that these processes are also in systems that are mature. Because many a times in these systems and changes in technology, such as these, specifically electromobility, when they want to do them with systems that are still very new and are not quite ready yet. And so this participation ends up being sort of in contrast and related to this. Related to electromobility and financial issues. They have an issue regarding CAPEX, but they maintain operations that are very different. And so that's also a lesson that is very important that we have to take into account. And just again to highlight, and I've just seen it here, is the importance of the APPs as a society, and it's not just another type of contract, because I believe that the public transportation is very important. I believe my colleagues have been very nice. I don't know. I'd like to just summarize everything into one thing. It's foreseeable. Trust only exists if you know what to expect of the regulating entity, of the authority. And so within that line of foreseeability, being able to look at that and look at the risks of the project, this has to be done adequately. Also, any sort of payments that you're receiving, they have to be very clear and very well defined. There's a factor that is a key factor so that the project can be successful. And so I think that is, the point that I'd like to mention. Thank you. It was something that is
Had the lessons learned, considering where we are at in Trinidad and Tobago with our port. So I'm hopeful that our PPP lessons that I'll be speaking about maybe 10 years from now, 5 years from now, is that we see where private investment and private knowledge and expertise takes our port from where it is to one that we'd be proud of, would be international standards, and would be a player in the region, in the Caribbean region. So I'm hoping I can sit here 10 years from now, and I'm also very grateful to hear what you all are saying about trust, and it's a partner and it's not someone under you. So that would be a great message for me to take back to our government when we engage with our partner. So thank you, guys. You got me a little scared as well, but that's okay. I mean, thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. Bueno, creo que hemos terminado. Yo quería...
Well, I believe that we have finished. I would like to thank everyone. This has been a discussion that has been very interesting, bringing all of the experience together. I'm left with 2 or 3 things that perhaps I would like to repeat. I mean, strengthening the regulatory framework, foreseeability that connects with the regulatory entities, but also with the structuring of all different projects that are well structured, that can come from the private sector, and also all of the aspects that are brought from trust between both parts during the entire process. I like the comment stating that when one, and this is absolutely true, when one contract from an APP fails, and I mean the private fails, but also government and public fails, and so it is everybody fails together. This is not just one provider. And I'm left specifically with the message of the importance of the PPPs, that they have to continue in the region, in the transportation sector specifically, and leaving the message here, our interest in continue supporting this with financing. And so thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We would like to thank the participation of our panelists and everyone, and also to invite everyone for the pictures.
Acá ya ahora sí ya vuelve a normal.
centraremos en cómo las APPs están transformando de manera... Empiezo de nuevo. Bueno, bienvenidos al panel 8, Alianzas por el Agua y Saneamiento, revolucionando la provisión de servicios básicos. En esta sesión nos centraremos en cómo las APPs están transformando la manera en que se gestionan los servicios esenciales, con un énfasis especial en el agua. Exploraremos cómo las APPs pueden jugar un papel clave en la gestión y eficiencia de los recursos hídricos.
We will see what is efficiency for hydro resources as well as issue for potable water in many areas. We'll see the challenges for the project for PPP in this sector and how these instruments can be used to mobilize private financing as well as ensure the viability of these projects, these vital projects. This panel will be an excellent opportunity to understand how the PPPs are revolutionizing the basic services and how we can keep going towards a more sustainable and accessible future for all. It is an honor to give Mr. Zapata Alvarez, a leader with a lot of experience in the sanitation sector. As all throughout his career, he has had many key roles in the development and management of water projects, including optimization of infrastructure and essential services for urban and rural communities. He has implemented innovative strategies to guarantee sustainable access to drinkable water with efficiency, resilience to climate change, and inclusion of advanced techniques in the management of water resources. He also worked in direct collaboration with government institutions as well as the public sector and the private sector with models of collaboration, both international, which allow for this. Thank you for this participation in this panel. It is a pleasure to present Maximiliano, Director General of Aqua Peru, with a lot of experience in development of business and commercialization in water and energy. His strategic experience in these sectors will be invaluable for our discussion as to how alliances can transform services. Thank you, Maximiliano, for joining our panel and for participating. It is a pleasure to present Emerson Castro, General Director of the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Peru, Civil Engineer of the University Federico Villarreal, Master in Construction at UPC, with experience in management of projects and contracts and multimodal projects in public services. His experience will give a lot of contributions to this panel. Thank you, Emerson. And now I'm changing to Portuguese, if you will allow me. Aurea Carvalho is the Director of Financial Services of Minas Gerais. She has a master's in global works as well as political climate policy and international development, both in Hamon Extension School. She also has a lot of experience in policy in VI, and she's a graduate of public administration by the Joy Pinedo Foundation. Thank you for participating here. And now we have Mr. Gosaka, an economist with a lot of experience in investment projects and public administration, in Yamaguchi, Japan, a degree in public policy, experience in public investment and policy in rural areas, especially in water and sanitation at the national level. He has collaborated with organizations at the international level and has managed investment projects for both for APPs as well as other complementary mechanisms. Currently works as President of Services for Water and Services for Cedapada. Thank you for participating here. Now be welcome. We now say Olario Diamant, journalist with a lot of vocation for public service, with a lot of experience in more than 25 years in public media. He has covered important events, social events at the global level, considered as a reference, figure reference in radio and television in Brazil. His commitment to the community has brought him to enter into politics, being elected into in in 2017 and 2020. He worked actively in initiatives that look for to improve the quality of life and of citizens, promoting better infrastructure and social services. Currently is mayor of Belo Horizonte, and he seeks to reinforce and increase partnerships with a focus on inclusion and sustainability. Thank you for your participation in the panel today. So we have the objective of participating with our audience. We will have a dynamic in which you can choose any of the following questions to be asked to our panelists. Those who are live and present can use WhatsApp to vote, whereas the people who are joining us virtually can use the QR code that appears on screen. You have three options for your vote, so please, the option with the most votes will be asked to all our panelists later on. So we invite you to vote on these options. So we have three questions. What types of partnerships are needed to overcome historical bottlenecks and ensure basic services are sustainable, efficient, and adapted to local realities? What innovative financing models can be integrated into the structuring of projects, and how can they be adapted to different local contexts to maximize spending efficiency and attract private capital? Third, how can public management strengthen economic planning and project evaluation by incorporating tools that ensure efficient and sustainable long-term investments? On the long term, of course. In this panel, we will be exploring how public-private partnerships are transforming the provision of essential services in the sector of water and sanitation, and we'll see how they are improving the management of water resources and providing solutions, different sustainable solutions for water and residue treatment. And we'll also discuss about the challenges of different large-scale projects and how the different sectors are mobilizing investments to guarantee access to these vital services. To experts will share their experiences and strategic focus to promote a more sustainable and accessible future for water and sanitation. With this, we begin now our panel, and we ask, how can the PPPs in Chile can make face to these current challenges for water and sanitation, especially for rural communities when faced with climate change? Thank you. Thank you, and thank you to the bank for the opportunity of being here. From our perspective, we believe that rural communities and APRs in Chile, APPs are still on the point of being open in innovation and to consider that there will be more APRs in rural communities. This year, the Ministry of Public Policy in Chile has had a call to tender for the first plant for desalination for the fourth region. It has a strong water crisis. It is a plant of 800 liters per second, of which 200 will go to feed to the city of Coquino. The rest will go are destined to a concessionary, and we mentioned the APRs as a reservoir for this, and we have to understand that APRs are small communities without many resources. That if they're not well articulated to their access to this, it's very difficult that they can achieve to have access to them. So it is important because there is an agreement between the Ministry of Public Policy and Sanitation that does not contemplate a mechanism for the liberation of these from the basins in which from a regular area that can allow them to feed the small communities. And this calls for our attention because the other years we have had a very good experience with the mining sector. We sealed a deal with Antofagasta to bring water from a Centinela, which is a large project, and we invested 2,500 million. And it's very important because the mining has integrated the concept of social water. They understand that as part of their activity, they have to generate they can generate a negative impact, and they have to leave part of this water that they consume to mitigate the negative impact that they have. So this is rather curious because they have it integrated, and we do not see this is used to have a need. So we see that there's a need for this service for small APRs, otherwise it would be difficult for them to have any access. So as a conclusion, I believe that what's important here is to plan better, both from the public sector to the municipal public sector, to have a vision that will also allow us to have the need of these large cities, but also the regions in general. Because for us, the labor of the state, it is something that would be unsolvable. I had 2 minutes, so I gave it to somebody who wishes to make an extended answer. So yes, excellent points from planning and integration of communities, and it is very important, but also it is a challenge. And from the contractual models. So thank you. So, Maximiliano, taking into account into your experience in water and energy, what do you consider are the key opportunities for the collaboration between the public-private sector to make face to the challenges of water and sanitation? First question. Well, good morning to everybody. Thank you, Maria Eduarda, for this. So I am going to talk about the Peruvian market. And before I answer to your question, Maria Eduarda, I am going to try to put it into context. When one reviews the web of ProInversión and you receive the pipeline of projects for water and sanitation, we see that there are certain projects that go into this. From what Mr. Gutenberg was talking about, 22 projects, but in the end, it is one of the portfolios that ProInversión has. From these 2022 projects, 7 projects have been developed by Aquaria under the scheme of co-financed private initiatives. Now, the portfolio of projects in water and sanitation are not always as numerous. When Aquaria began its entry into the Peruvian market for the tender process for Titicaca, there were only 2 projects. We had Titicaca and what it called this initial header project. So the state had some projects in residual water plants as part of public works projects that never worked. They only worked for a brief period, and then they were pretty much abandoned due to operational issues. And because of this, the state decided that projects with operational plans that are considered complex, that they be financed via a PPP scheme. So we see here a great need of infrastructure to close the gap. As we saw from the Minister Gutenberg, he was talking about $14 billion, and these projects need to begin already. In fact, they should have been begun a long time ago. So in the first opportunity that we had, which I would like to talk about, collaboration between both sectors, both the public and private sector, I would like to point that out. There's a great need of infrastructure with a design and operation that is complex, in which the private sector is the expert. As a second opportunity, I would like to say that there is an enormous potential that the state can profit from the private sector, which is the management of the complete water cycle. Now, to put this into context, between the 7 projects in which we recommended that Aquaria has developed, the 7 have been inside the country, and they have been with 7 different EPSs. So I could spend hours talking about our bad experience that we have had, but in summary, if you really want to improve the services of water in the country, the EPS cannot continue to operate as they do right now. The private sector can provide knowledge, can provide financing to improve the EPS. Aquaria, for example, it's a provider of more than 2,300 municipalities in the world. It tends to 45 million people in the world. But having better EPSs, it will be much more simple to develop the necessary infrastructure to close the gap. Excellent. If you wish to have some more time to see how can EPS can obtain more innovative solutions to improve efficiency. Well, when one talks about applying technology, innovative technology, and improve efficiency in services, you're talking about PPP projects. So when you, for example, in a PPP project, the risk of design is a risk of the concessionary. So sometimes they can feel that they are not only freedom to choose a better technology that he may feel that is best, but it can feel also incentivized to look for the best technology. And if it is innovative, then all the better. So even more so when you have a PPP, then you don't compete on the price of the works. You'll compete on the long term. When you compete with the agreed to pricing or rate on the long term, you seek to have cost of operations and maintenance as low as possible, and you have everything that goes with energy efficiency, greater automatization in chemicals. So this is an ideal plan for the development of services. So thank you, excellent. So let us we'll keep continuing with Emerson to take into account the experience in execution and management of projects and infrastructure. How do you see the role of PPPs in the improvement of infrastructure for sanitation, especially for complex projects? Which do you think which are crucial to guaranteeing the ability and sustainability of these projects on the long term?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Just to say hello on behalf of the Minister of Economy. Thank you for the invitation, all the panelists. First thing I could mention is that we have to really do what Maximiliano said, strengthen the chain here in Peru. It's how long all of these have taken to be able to be developed, and now we're at a final stage. The other thing as a concept that I think that we're trying to do in the Ministry of Economy and the stage of pro-economy is that there is a concept that's very important that we have to understand, which is the public workers, civil workers. PPPs, we are partners for us to be able to do this work. Another important thing that we have within this is that mainly Peru in the first stage of projects has developed in Lima and Callao, in the capital. We had 3 concessions, and we had water treatment, and we had others which were about 90%. And this was very important data, but we had another, which was decentralization in the country. And decentralization, as Maximiliano had said, we have these other operators that had bet for Peru, and we have treatment plants. Another additional points, these treatment plants so that these cycles could be safe. Important points are, important planning that determines being able to have predictable contracts and adequate risk management. And since you spoke about sustainability, we have financial sustainability. And there is an additional point that I believe that goes through the different water treatment plants, residual water treatment plants that we have in different areas in Peru, is what Maximiliano said. We have to strengthen this with the different companies, and we have to understand that it's not making it private. We need someone that has experience that comes in to develop a product that looks for levels of experience, and they want to accelerate things, and this is going to be institutional. If the state doesn't understand that the local authority, the regional authority, the executive, and its participation of the APP, where they have an participation which is direct, and we have pro-investment, and the other stage, in our opinion, sometimes, which is from the Ministry of Economy, and we go through a different process. Sadly, these processes are not fulfilled, and this is urgent, and this is where we've been working for the last couple of years, being able to have jobs in parallel. So much so, we had this treatment plant in Chicha, and pro-investment has 7 or 8 projects in average with over a certain amount of dollars. And so this is not just for Peru, but we cannot be left just as pro-investment with these. We have to be able to guarantee these processes, so much so that there are other documents or plans that generate certainty. And this is good for everyone to know, just in case so the panelists are here. Peru has a national plan of infrastructure where the entire amount of PPPs or APPs, they have work that is automatic. And so what we're trying to do is to give much more certainty. So this schematic is not just for the project, but also financially it can be developed. But that doesn't mean that there isn't additional work. As the panel has said, there's already work that goes hand in hand with this, residual water plants. An additional point that I wanted to mention maybe is that we have a second package in Peru that is formulated directly with pro-investment, and this is an agreement between the Ministry of Housing, and this is a mea culpa. Our operators, they have a stage in which they are being trained, and this is being formulated directly by pro-investment, and the maximum amount has been a year through the national schematics and the national public investment. And so this is management, and I believe this is just people, capabilities, capacities. This is the will of people, but also treating residual waters and connecting many more systems with water and sanitation. This is going to be much better for all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Massimiliano, for sharing your experience. Emerson, I'm sorry, for sharing going further into depth with your experience, and well, also Maximiliano on the private side, being a private partner in these projects, without a doubt, there are several different challenges, and you've mentioned the main ones, the times, the financial sustainability, the institutional maturity that is needed for everyone involved. And thank you for sharing. We have Chile, Peru, and now we're going to move forward with Brazil for Aria, which I think also has a lot to say about the challenges that they have in the solution of their project. So Aria, please. Well, taking into account the experience in here in the PPPs in regards to, well, the residues, what are the mechanisms here that we have with the contracts that can guarantee sustainability, financial sustainability of the PPP in these sectors? Well, first I'd like to thank the invitation from BID. Maria Eduarda is our partner in this project, has been for several years now. These have been great years. And we've had risks, but together, and well, to be able to take them off paper. So reflecting upon this question and this homework of sorts that we've brought from home is that the first answer would be that the best implementation is the one that comes off the paper, because it's no secret that it's harder when it's harder for projects to become realities. And why is this? We have the project cycles, and many of them are very long, so we have a difficulty in being able to have this management. Here, the mayor, Belizonte, he's going to come now, and well, these projects have to end within the cycle. There cannot be a change of management because, mortality grows and we lose. And so within this logic, I wanted to bring a very practical message. Look at what we've learned in the last few years. And we're concerned a bit about the perspective that we've had and the answer going towards the path, which is slightly more obvious, but we've noticed the need and the education long term for the population and management of solid residues. Why? Because in Brazil, there is an initial movement of public policies for PPPs, which is very strong, because there is a very specific tariff about this. And so this allows us to have this legal security and safety, institutional security and safety, and then to be able to attack, we were able to have the possibility to have a specific tariff. And in Brazil, the path that was found was to be able to bring this together with the water. And so as years moved forward, what we've seen is how or what contractual point of view or whoever it is that is making the accounts or the legal models, as we see that this is politically more complicated even for middle class, or we say that those that are more vulnerable have the most discounts. And so we can see that in some meetings with some of the mayors, we can see that they are confronted by the population. And if I consume more water, then we see that there is sort of an immediate account. So if we consume more water, then my account that would be 20 would go up to what? 25? So perhaps we have a problem where nobody wants to make that payment. The water company doesn't want to include the cost of solid residue within their water bills, the physical ones that are emitted, because perhaps that is going to make their image look bad and people are going to start reducing or lowering the accounts, and it just generates several conflicts. And we can see that here from the contract point of view in these flows, because the evidence are here in the water, it's a little bit less. And so perhaps here less is not as good, so that the projects can have this, political viability. And so being able to have this capacity and being able to sign these contracts and to replicate this, and so others would want to do that. And another point that perhaps we have not been able to achieve is perhaps one step forward is to be able to bring this volume, or the solid residue. And I'm gonna joke, I'm always lucky here. I have a personal fight at home because I am an environmentalist. I work in sustainability, and why I don't recycle my garbage. And every week my wife says we're gonna walk 5 blocks and we're going to take our recyclables. And I say, no, I'm not going to do that work. I don't have that time. But some, years from now, they're going to look at that. They're going to have a certain value. And so we have to be able to reach our models of solid residue in the contracts that we have and include that within the models and bringing this to the other side of those that are purchasing this. And so today we know that, for example, if we don't do this, we are able to sell, for example, the fuel that we have to certain plantations. And right now, perhaps this is not something that's done very easily because we can't integrate those contracts before them happening. And so, but perhaps now looks a little expensive, perhaps in the future it won't be. And so we need this to be a sector of the reality, and we need this to be perhaps left for something in the future for other contracts. Thank you very much, because now there is more a complete vision of visibility of the contracts and the view, or how the population looks at this. So thank you very much. With your experience in the management of projects in water and sanitation, what are the main challenges to bring in private investment into the sector, and what strategies have shown to be more effective in Latin America? Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much to the bank. And mainly, I think that promoting the projects is going based on what was spoken of from yesterday with the Minister of Economy and the Minister of Housing, Sanitation, etc. It's just that we have experience in projects that are, APP projects that come from before. We don't have like a large amount of projects that come from Lima and Callao with water treatment plants or, drinking water plants. We do not take out the salt from the water. We have a large amount of projects through which the Peruvian state, the Ministry of Housing, SEDAPAL, they trust the model. And this has helped basically since the year 2012, where we had water treatment plant, which was 21% of the entire capital. And now we are in 2025 and we have about 95% of all of the water treatment. And this is giving an example of how we manage all of the water waste that comes from the sewers. And so the impact that we have in the city of Lima as contamination, we would like it to be as low as possible. We also know that the city continues growing, and mostly that the infrastructure that comes from many years ago, we also have to renew this. And so we have a commitment through which, with the trust that we have in the model of the APPs, is to be able to renew all of these infrastructures and also to improve it as necessary. As we've been saying since yesterday, we're already moving forward into a second stage of everything which is linked to the PPEs or the PPPs, everything that we need to be able to, and what you're saying now, you're asking about promotion, that has to have trust in the state. It has to be predictable. It has to have stakeholders that are truly truthful, and they are going to be developing things, and this could be bankable. And so this is going to give us results, and what's being like for what they said in Monday about sanitation, with a package for Lima and Callao, and it is 6 projects for the PPPs for over 3,001 over $3 million. And so this generates commitment, and not just saying, yes, we're going to be developing all the PPAs that we have. No, what the operator has to do is to balance this type of project and saying, okay, so we have the the water treatment plants, and we have the residual water plants, and we're going to be treating them in such a way it's going to be balancing the use of these infrastructures so that we don't have sort of these mix-ups that are appearing. We have places where we have no water, but we could treat more residual water, but since we don't have the water, then we have more of a capacity to be able to treat the residual water, and so vice versa. And so what we, together with these projects that we'd like to launch as PPPs, are not going to improve the balance. And here we have an example. We have a project, for example, that's called the Petapa Tarjea, which is plant number 3 that we'd like to make. And so why? Why? Because La Tarjea number 1 is already suffering. And so it's both suffering because of climate change and because it's old. And what does it need to be able to comply with the rules and everything that we need so that we can have other sources, so it can have good water supply and allows us to have safety or security both from the sources and also to be able to work in the safety or security of the networks. And so the important thing here is to have, closing the gaps, and also to have networks so we can have alternative sources that allow us to have better quality of resources when we can see all of these climate changes that are happening on a world level. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much, Julio, for presenting this vision from, the public and the platform projects and like you said, all of the gaps and understanding the networks and everything, and the importance of the ATPs in this entire process. to be able to make these projects more viable. So now we're going to continue with Alvaro. We're going to change to Portuguese. So, Mr. Mayor, administratively speaking, how can we benefit the population from public-private society in the sectors in Peru? First, to thank you for the invitation. This is one of the largest events, not just in the continent, but in the world. And everyone, just from the get-go, to respond. Here we're speaking not just Belo Horizonte, but this is the third largest capital in Brazil. We are in a city that has 2.5 million inhabitants, more or less. And what we, as governors, need to be very clear on is that the projects that are carried out within a mandate are not to solve problems within the mandate. They are there to be able to solve problems in the population, independent of any mandate. They have to be able to just say goodbye to the variability, and we have to be able to move forward. If it was created within a mandate with a mayor or not, we have to understand that these projects were made to be able to improve the life of the citizens, and we have to move forward with these projects. That way we can govern a city more calmly. And this is for people that are more simple and more vulnerable. This is what is needed. And for PPPs, just saying that Belo Horizonte would like to thank the societies that they have, because we understand that the private sector are opportunities. PPPs are opportunities that are created so that the municipalities can grow. And independently of the sector, health, education, Belo Horizonte, everything now are references, national and international references. The first PPP in Brazil was done in Belo Horizonte, and we bought an illuminated city, the first idea that previously didn't exist. Now they tend to the entire population as a city that's completely illuminated, not like before. Our health centers today are all made through the PPPs, not just health centers, but also the maintenance of each one of them. And the same thing happens with our schools. They're the EMAs. These are schools, or to the districts that have child knowledge. And before, to be able to build, we would take 3 to 4 years, and even then, making any sort of adaptation to what we had in the city. Not today. Today we build a public school 6, 8, 9 months tops, and they start working not just in construction but also in management of the school, done through the PPPs, and through water sanitation and solid residues. And the obligation in the district is to understand that the areas that are at every level, the state and in the district, think, because this is the reality. Reality is just, this is not just, we have to understand and think and how it is that we're going to be gathering all of the garbage. Everything that we are throwing out every day has a value, not just for the city and not just a financial one. It's an added value to education as well. And so we have to find this safely, calmly, and to be able to do this and have water, running water, quality water. Belo Horizonte is not it's not suffering the way it was before to be able to take water to people's homes. Today we have a reality that allows us to be able to do that, and mainly for people from the more vulnerable populations, but we still need to do more. And to be able to do more, the PPPs have come to be able to help us and to make us be able to carry out these things. Today, we have in Belo Horizonte, we have a card, it's municipal and others. And so this was patrimony that was given, and this gives us a very big challenge. And in Belo Horizonte, not just to conserve, but also to begin to understand on how we're going to take out or declog the cleaning of that lagoon. And so we are practicing, we are carrying out everything because the PPPs have come to help us to be able to solve all of these cases together. Excellent, Ms. Mayor, and thank you for your words. The city of Belo Horizonte and, well, the state. This is truly a pioneer here for Copasa and also the other sectors such as schools, public safety, security, and it's very interesting to listen to your version and how it is important to be able to move forward and specifically in sanitation. And, well, also taking care of this lagoon, which is, well, historic patrimony for the city. We're going to look at the results of the summary to do ask the most voted question for everybody. So let's look at the results. The second one. Okay, what innovative models for financing can be integrated in this for projects and how to adapt them to different local contexts? So innovative is the word, I believe, which is yesterday they were mostly going towards innovation. Those were the ones that were voted for the most. So in these sectors specifically, what innovative models can we integrate into these projects? I don't know if you would like to start, Alonso.
Last year we closed a project for mining. It was of about an investment of $2.1 billion, and the market didn't have the actual depth to assume it. So we went to the international capital market to look for this financing. And basically what they told us were the green loans that the bank offers with very good terms. Actually, when faced with regular loans, these loans come with certain buts or exceptions, which you have to achieve certain certification as for green technologies. So we had to hire agencies called FIT so they can certify this as a green project. And in this process, we had essentially all of the operation, not only water, what was the part of mobility, of emissions, what kind of environmental management they had. And they began to look at these products in which that the project be sustainable, ecological, green. And it would have better, much more attractive financing options. It's something we can explore for future projects. Thank you. Excellent, excellent. Yes, excellent example, Alonso. Who would like to answer this question for mechanisms? Yes. Well, thank you for the, I would like to thank you for. We have worked together this past few years. Our life has been much easier, so I thank you for your participation. So anyway, what I mentioned was an example of innovative mechanism to think as to how a product that has a value in the market that has certain difficulties, to foresee how this market can assume this project and how it can see how can it can foresee for this. So you continue to advance to have projects that guarantee this. So majors can obtain this purchase agreements for energy. That is something that was not happening because it is very difficult along the way to obtain new resources for contracts, because sometimes a project apparently is not viable, but it would be if it had said benefit at the beginning. I cannot stop mentioning the importance of having projects that are complex and to have a vision of completeness. Because if we had set vision, then you could not consider how you consider for climate change. And to place said vision of specialists in the infrastructure that are placed, and that it be considered essential, and that these have this climate financing for the financing of the project. So if I were to mention quickly what could be done is to see the sustainability for everything, for all of the associates, etc., so they can understand that I'm going to be doing a new, for example, I will be collecting water. How can it be adapted to climate change in such a manner that it can be used, so they can have something that is adapted to climate action. So it is important to see what is all of these scenario and to focus all our objectives to that and resources. So would you like to answer the question? Yes. Just an additional comment. In case of PPPs, we have with ProInversión, with the Ministry of Finance, these PPPs we have many projects in our tables. They're co-financed at the maximum of the capex, and in some cases there's a percentage of co-financing that is covered by the Ministry of Housing for maintenance. But that is something that is still seen nowadays, because possibly this co-financing in time is not enough to place many projects. So it's a first issue that has been done as a Ministry of Finance if we're going to this environmental aspect, is to flag or to have a bar that the budget capability they have for all of the resources for the case of the Ministry of Housing generate the sustainability for the project, for which you would have a flat period in time for 5 or so many years, which is provided to the projects that are being placed, because we have to be sincere here. And the largest projects, we have a project with a budget for execution over time, taxes, PPPs, public. At the end of the year, there's always a percentage that goes back to the treasury, which is to say the ministry. So it is quite clear that this resource can be reused for this flat to have more PPPs in time. Now, additional point when it comes to the green bonds and environmental services, it is quite clear for us that it is much better to have a scheme of financing on the charge of operator when it goes to this sustainability. And when a part of the Peruvian state, they want to keep on going of applicable laws to generate this environmental applicability over time. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Julio. Yes, something real quick I wanted to add, but no less important, essentially is on a part of the operator. In this case, Sirapal, whom I represent, it is important projects that are created have to be in local currency where the project's executed. This makes it so that the operator reduces his risk of exchange rate, and to have a certain ease of mind when it comes to payments to be made for the infrastructure and maintenance. Thank you. Excellent point. Yes, I wanted to mention that the public entities have a great importance in associations, but not everybody thinks in this way, as nowadays many of them want to do it in their own mandate. So we must close these barriers of bureaucracy. I mean, we need clear investments with legal responsibility. We need investments with proper planning. But to break these notions of bureaucracy, because the people who need this, they need this yesterday. Everybody who needs solutions, independent solutions, where is it be? Whereas in water treatment, regular water, they need this yesterday, especially people who are in greatest need. They need, yes. Thank you. Thank you for all your contributions, and also for exploring this for this innovative for operators from public decision, green bonds, etc. So it would be a general vision for going for development of projects and management of infrastructure. So this would be for development of everything. So what strategies could you do for the investment of projects? So let's see. I believe that the perspective in Peru is to have development of PPP projects are much faster to what we have been doing. I commented this on Emerson. We have taken a long time into formulating projects that nowadays are mature, but that we need greater infrastructure that cannot be, we cannot wait for 4 or 5 years in their formulation. We hope that this portfolio will increase, but we also want more projects to be included. So our perspectives in the very short term, we have many projects in our framework. And we also hope to have sponsors for these projects to come. Yes, excellent, thank you. Anyone else wishes to, what are the perspectives for the project to be able to include projects if at public-private partnerships? Well, essentially, the perspective is that sanitation services will increase, so it is logical that at any rate there will be a reposition or strategy of reposition of both actives and assets and services, of improvement of sources in such a manner that these impacts that we have currently on climate and impacts that we have on the provision of water can be lessened as much as possible. So at any rate, the sanitation sector is a sector which will continue to maintain itself as dynamic, because it is not only the infrastructure of the plants but also the infrastructure of the network. So as Maximiliano says, a series of projects are going to happen because the product of all this use of infrastructure have to happen, and growth is going to happen, and natural population growth will take us to have more solutions to be able to have this as much people as possible. Yes, an additional thing, something I wanted to see as a perspective, and to see we live in a very desert area, and there's lots of informal water use for irrigation, and we need to see what will happen for these next projects. Yes, something to gather from everything. As we indicated in the second package that has been done by the ministry with ProInversión, includes all circular economy, which we're indicating less than 1 year. It's going to be a package of $1 billion of state initiatives. I believe we have to be very up to date with what we have at the mid-year, because I must consider both sponsors and companies. It is a very important package, and it is in line with all the everything that has been required by all agencies and multilateral institutions. Anyone else? Well, then I wanted to thank you. Today we had a lot of different countries, Chile, Brazil, Peru, about the challenges to develop the PPP structures, and to see what is the challenge of incorporating everything, to have everything for the water, all aspects of the perception of population for PPPs from the administration. And I wanted to thank you all for this very important discussion and for our audience here to accompany us today. Thank you. We wish to thank the participation for panelists, and we invite you now to the front of the stage so we can have the official picture. I now invite you to exit this way, please.
I did it again.
Queremos recordarles.
We wish you to remind you that from this left side, we are still having now the portfolio of Chile, which has the presence of Maria Florencia Ataramo, the representative of PID Chile, and now Ramon Sanchez Medioli, Director General of Concession of the Ministry of Public Works in Chile, and Mr. Luis Elton Safuentes, Chief of Division of Development and Litigation of Projects of bidding of works in Chile. In this area, we have soon the portfolio of projects Peru, which will have the presence of the Executive Director of ProInversión and Mr. Emerson Castro, Director General of Policy of Private Investment of Ministry of Economy and Finance in Peru. We wish to remind you that if you wish to have the portfolio of Chile, then you can please change to this modality in the headphones according to the color code which will appear on screen.
De igual manera queremos agradecer a todos.
Likewise, we wish to thank all our virtual audience that are here at all times. So we wish to thank you for your participation via our official channels of Facebook and YouTube. Thank you for participating in PPP Americas 2025, the largest forum of public-private partnerships in Latin America. So now that indicates that now we have our portfolio for Peru. So we wish to present Mr. Emerson Castro, Director General of the Policy of Promotion of Private Investment of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and Mr. Luis Carpio, Executive Director of ProInversión. We now invite you to begin and to select the appropriate channel in your headphones. Thank you. Now, Emerson of the MEF, Luis Arcadio ProInversión, we're now going to present the portfolio of projects that the Agency of Private Investment has. No worries, no worries. Just a moment, please. So, these are the $70 billion that the agency is going to promote currently with the Ministry of Economy and Finance. So, truth be told, we like to believe that we are building the engine that will take Peru towards development. ProInversión is a new portfolio, a solid portfolio of projects, and in this regard, we have worked a lot, right, Eduardo? Yes, I concur with Luis. I passed by ProInversión, but we can see this synergy that takes us back from years ago, in which we try to do a lot of work together to have cohesion, to seek an MF which is as close as possible to ProInversión to generate projects which will be described in detail. We have an important objective, as Lucio says, we have $70 billion, which is going to begin to see what is going to be divided into in our package. So what is new is 11 addenda that we have for the future projects nowadays. It was a big challenge that we had in ProInversión. I was talking to the executive director, and now we are talking with Emerson, and we decided it's a moment to execute. It is a lot of responsible and proactive work we have been doing. That allows us to have $12 billion in investment, and also our regular, as usual, portfolio, which is the $17.1 billion we have for 2025-2026. We have also incorporated 13 new projects, which I will comment on to this today. There's a lot of projects to talk about the new metro lines and train lines, and ProInversión also wishes to participate in this. Again, projects and irrigation projects. We are quite proud in Peru to have this level of exploitation in this sector, and the potential is quite enormous, so for which we are going to be focusing in 14 irrigation projects. So we have seen this image for a long time, and this reflects a situation. We have spoken about the pandemic, change of governments, international events, many things, but in 2023, something happened. For 2022, we were talking about the subject in which we are going to a recovery of trust in our country, which would increase PPP contracts and contracts which many countries signed with Peru for new projects of 30, 40 years of duration. We reached a new historic date in 2024. We will not find this in our past before. And when compared to other projects, we didn't have any large projects, such as a large metro line or gas lines. It was just a lot of many smaller projects that we had part of our portfolio. We just need to find the portfolio to bring them forward. And now for 2025 until 2026, this portfolio that has increased in size with the state, with the increased trust of the private sector, has to be assigned. As Lucho has indicated, this portfolio for 2025 is 34 projects for more than $8.8 billion. This comes from 2023, 2024. And what you see is a little bit of what we could share in our previous presentation, 12 projects of $2.683 billion, new projects for transportation, 5 projects for housing, and 8 projects for electricity. We must highlight that all the portfolio ProInversión has a benefit. We have a national plan for infrastructure, which now in July is going to be updated. So we'll see all the PPP portfolio is part of this plan, and the complementary projects do the same, which I will go into this proactive projects and tax funded projects. These are part of this planning. So what we have between MEF and different sectors will allow us to have a greater certainty and celerity to this, to put into an operation to make them more effective, such as the beginning of operation and the contractual execution of them, so that they can begin. So we can see what are the projects that we're going to have from now until the month of June, July, the residual water treatment plant of Puerto Maldonado, the longitudinal road of the Sierra, which will price of $1.5 billion is in the final phase. We have the final bidders that are preparing to show their final proposals, and in the electricity sector, we have a group 3 of transmission plan, which will also be assigned now in July. The portfolio for 2025 are 34 projects. Now we are in the sanitation sector, which we have by PTAR Chincha, which is now in January. PTAR Chincha, which that provide support. It is now in a process that will be the signing of the contract, seeking for a supervisor with the housing ministry. Now we have VTR, which we do a mea culpa because it is not as simple. It's the first one. Peter for Baltimore now is the first one. We have more than 1,500 connector areas, so it's very complicated. And we're doing regional with the local authorities. PTR San Martin starts from zero, from scratch. We're going to have it's going to be an additional with the PTAR Cajamarca. It's the final stages with the favorable opinion from the MEF. It's going now to the controller's office. We have now a declaration of interest. Now the header works in the first phase. It's a project that was divided in several phases. And now it is quite certain that it's going to begin. We have the project of Casaca, who they have allocated the commitments of the work to begin the level of the projects to be done by President for more than $500 billion. And they are part of the projects. And now we have, knowing that the price of the hydric stress, we have ProInversión is adding additional desalination plants in Ilo in the south of Peru. And the water treatment plant in Trujillo, Huancayo, and Cusco, you can see is a completely decentralized package, and you're all welcome. I know many of them are co-financed private initiatives, but thanks to the support of the MEF, these have grown exponentially. Due diligence have been done for these projects have reinforced them. They have a payment scheme, a plan per milestones in which we seek to have that the zone or region where they have a water treatment for, or they habilitate the water plan, the payment plan. So we begin to work by sectors, which makes this much more attractive for the operator, as well as obtaining financing. And we continue now with transportation. We have now 6 consortia that have been pre-qualified. I've seen them and have met them and greeted them today. The portuary terminal in Chimbote is ready to be assigned this year. Investment for $200 million with an international operator. We also have some land corridors. We have more than 30,000 kilometers. We have already provided 7,000 in concession for this year. We have more than 2,000 foreseen to go into concession, which are land routes in various phases of completion. I have the 2025 are going to be part of a package. It's a single, of course, it's going to be assigned for the month of June. There are 7 land corridors. It's going to be as one of a single bidding and allocation, but each entity assigned will have a different assigned process, which will be independent from the other. Now, just also to complement the previous slide, we have a plan of services and logistic connectivity, which it was also done in conjunction with BID. These are intermediate roads. Almost 100% of the Panamericana is under concession. There's some parts who are still going under negotiation. These corridors will be part of concession, which will be linking roads, and they will go for the Sierra, high mountains in the Andes, will have parallel routes. These parallel routes will be part of the penetrating or perpendicular roads, for which they are routes which are of operation and maintenance of 200 kilometers in length. But what Peru seeks to do is to give greater facility in efficiency, and also when it comes to gas consumptions, and they're co-financed by the Peruvian state. Let us complement information for the next one. And in this package, where we have the plan of transmission is for the previous plan that ended for this year, which will be for the first trimester of 2025 without any inconvenience. In relation to the new national plan of transmission, we are planning with the COES, which is now preventing the planning of the transmission plan, in which Peru is working quite well when it comes to the beginning of the transmission, which should begin in December this year. The numbers are of the $400 million. We ask you to be ready for further news. So we have also work in housing and tourism. We have prepared the industrial park of Ancon for an investment of around $1 billion. We also have the industrial park of Ancon is close to the port of Chancay, and the port is intermediate between the port of Chancay and the port of Callao. We believe it's a strategic location for both Peru and investors to invest in this important venture. Now we have the telepheric of Chuquequirao, in which we're going to have this the we're going to have the it's going to be part of the infrastructure. Important infrastructure. We have a place a call for offers, and we have potential bidders who are reviewing the technical terms, the contract, which has been published, and we're looking for everything that will go into potential assignment. We also have the maintenance office, the Lima Conventional Center for San Borja, and we're looking for an operator that will be an operator will be first stop for Peru. We also have a project for the La Perla Callao, which will also be part of creating a space of the world to the ocean to have a greater urban space and also have a special water sports field. And we hope they will be soon viable. This is a private initiative for other countries which will go into this. We have proposed this project. We are now in an advanced stage for evaluation along with the Ministry of Housing. And we have $2.5 billion from the portfolio of this year.
Now, in the health and education sectors, these are key in Peru. We're going to be promoting a lot more of these. But what do we have for this year? Well, we have the operation and maintenance of the emergency hospitals of El Salvador. We did that a couple days ago. Before, this was something which was most difficult to be able to obtain, but now everything is moving forward very well. Thanks to Emerson, who is in economy, Martin, and others. There is very impressive work that we have today with economy. I don't know if it's just my projects or his anymore, but you know what? I think I believe that this is something important for the entire country. This hospital is, well, I've seen almost everyone today. So there's a lot of interest to be able to present their proposals for June. And, well, they know the hospital that is in the Brazil Avenue, this is going to be torn down. We're going to build a new one. And now we have a final campaign. We're at the end for this to be able to happen. And the surprising thing is that they want it to be public-private association. We want this sustainability. These projects, Emerson. Yes, perhaps there is a significant challenge there. There is a package that is at risk, and as ProInvestment and MEF, we know that there are a certain amount of years, but we believe that the project is very mature. We're placing that. It is a private investment. It's co-financed, and we would like to end it this year, but I think that the input or whatever it is that you're going to take from this is that in the part for ProInvestment, there are 40 schools to be able to work, but it's in planning. In planning, we have over 1,200 schools that are risk that don't have water or sanitation. So here we can see what we have in the market. We have to take some sort of measure that's going to allow ProInvestment to formulate these 1,200 schools per package very quickly. This is something that happened in the Ministry of Housing. And to be able to have a standard contract that is going to be able to allow us to, let's say, wash the face of it. And this is something in the education center. We're working on it. And this is a measure within the regulatory entities that we're going to have soon. For 2026, our updated goals are transportations, close to 6 million. This is for, well, something that we have under the Ministry of Transportation. And we have the Chinchero Airport that we're going to be maintaining. Health and sanitation, we have 1.3 million. In education, what Emerson was saying, right now we have 4 projects, but we hope that next week we're going to be incorporating many more projects to the education. And in hydrocarbons and electricity, we're going to continue working. The best things that we've been doing in Peru for the last years are the electricity projects. We have been able to achieve such speed is that we ask those that are investing to keep our rhythm. We want them to be able to absorb according to the needs that the state has. And this is also something that gives us challenges to overcome. Now we're saying about the 46 projects. Yes, Perhaps, well, the last package came in the housing. We had the hospital in Cañete. We are waiting for another schematic for Lambayeque. Now, this is going to be taking us to be able to move forward very fast. And what we have is service and sanitation is a package that has been formulated by ProInvestment. And we have to thank the Ministry of Housing for this package because it has been an express formulation under a mechanism that was between 9 months and a year. This is going to be the last. It's a package that is going to be placed without any problems in 2026. Now, an additional point perhaps that is coming as a concept, but this has come up, is that they're working together with ProInvestment and the corresponding ministries, and they have a format which is simplified for PPPs. And at some point, it wasn't taken very well. They didn't understand that PPPs are coming from Advierte, but the fact that they have a simplified format. We don't have the same incentives, but now it says according to the schematics of Invierte. And so we consider that they have to have a format that is simplified because right now, 100% it's with the operator. One does benchmarking, and they overlap this with engineering, then they're going to see what this percentage is and how it can be duplicated. It is dynamic, it is variable, and so the destination or the origin, it makes so much sense for them to be able to reach the goal. If not, they don't have the retribution, which is a payment. And so these are the concepts that are coming together with private investment, and they're ones that MEF and everyone there and corresponding, they have a ministerial resolution for the creation of the simplified format for all of the schematic for the PPPs. And for next year, we're going to continue delivering roads of different extensions to be able to have a package of 6,000 kilometers that right now we have, which is placed on us by the Ministry of Transportation. Usually, it's probably going to be the Via Evitamiento from Cusco, but we also have ports in Iquitos, in Pucallpa, which are in a very advanced moment in structuring, and Huanchaque and Empalme. The first concessions that have already gone over their cycle, and we're going to continue delivering these within the concession, and the third group of airports and the back of fiber optics. And so this is 5.828 million for communications. And so, as we've said, we are placing this 2025. ProInvestment is working on this, and this is in accordance to the area of influence. These are 3 packages that we have in Group 2, 3, and 4. And we also have this schematic of natural gas, which is massification, which is undering them, with $763 million. Perhaps commenting on the previous slide, the schematic of the contract that we had there with Chincheros is going to be gathering in one way or another a schematic that we have here with the minister. And so this is all of the projects with ProInvestment. We are going with the good practices and placing the advisors, the TMO, and we have others. And the technical assistance in some portfolios. The other one was a schematic that there were some that have already been carried out with some sectors, but these start with work packages. We can't just work with some projects to close with ERI or something else complex, and then they're going to be able to allow us to generate sanitation or retribution in these. So that we have them, and they're going to be adequate for the different formats, and we see no inconvenience, no problems in being able to carry this out. Some projects can have all of these to be able to be developed. Well, the Institute, the Children's Institute of San Borja, is a project that is also going on its second concession. They are finishing this year, 2025. We're going to be selecting a new concessionary for this hospital now in 2026. also a project for the management of solid residues, and these are going to be worked in the hospital, the new hospital of Hipólito Unanue. And we're also going to be working the maintenance of hospitals like the one in Cajamarca. We hope that in the next months we're going to be incorporating more of this type of work in investment, and also the hospital in Sullana, which is also part of the group of work that we're going to be doing. I'm sure that if we had more time, we're going to find more places. And well, this was what we had left over of the 40 schools. These are schools that are at risk. We spoke about them being at sort of a stage in which we're restructuring, but we also have a schematic and Ministry of Education and ProInvestment, because we are truly talking about 40. I believe it's 75 that have to be rebuilt, and it's 50, 70 or more. There are 200. The task that's pending, we still have 1,000 that we have to develop, and we have to be very smart in being able to carry this out, to be able to truly close this closure of gap in education and sanitation together with water. And apart from these projects, what I said not long ago, it's like $17 billion, but we have incorporated more in ProInvestment. As you've been able to see in this event, we've spoken again about the Metro Line, Economy, Ministry of Transportation and Education. We're trying to find a formula to be able to move these projects forward that are definitely going to be incorporating the PPPs to be able to ensure the sustainability in the projects. Then we're going to try and find the most efficient way for its financing, for its construction. And there are many lessons learned, not just here, but in Peru and other countries. And we're going to be gathering the best practices that exist, and also with the good intention of the Ministry of Transportation and Education and everything. And so we're going to, well, we've been talking about this for a long time, but the authority of urban transportation not long ago, again, put on our table, we're going to be talking about telefericos. And we have them in Agustino, and we have them. So cable cars in Huascarán, we have those in the regional government of Cusco, and also in Puno we have that, and also in Moquegua and San Martin. We have a varied amount of projects that's going to come from this project for cable cars, especially in Choquequirao. But very, very soon, because of its importance, because of its placement, we're going to have the cable car in Ancash. Some of you know the Huascarán. I don't know if many of you have been able to go there. But this is a chance to be able to go to the first base with a cable car, to be able to look at very beautiful areas. And this articulates very well with the recently started in Hinanta, and going to the cable car, going to Huascarán. This will be a mandatory stop, not just for us, but for them. And so let's talk again about trains. Ministry of Transportation is putting the train Marcona and Andahuaylas in our on our table. We have the airport in Marcona. We've been talking about this train for a while. Ministry of Transportation has committed the mining load, which was sustained in this project. And as I had commented, we are also talking about irrigation. We have Chinecas, Chemochic. We have talked about Inajis again. And Ministry of Agriculture has asked us to find best ways for Majes to be restructured and to be rebuilt as soon as possible. And the expectation that we have is to, within the next few years, to have over 1 million hectares farmed, and also to multiply by 4 everything that's exported. We believe that there is an opportunity that is very significant in energy, in being able to have more food in Peru, and we're ready. I think that we've been ready with the logistics and the ports and everything for a while now. So we've been speaking about this logistically, and we believe that we're ready. Yes, something that we'd like to add, and I would like to highlight this. At some point, we thought that addendum was a bad word. Modifications in a contract are normal because projects are very dynamic. So what we have done as MEF is trying to find specialized support and going out to the sectors, and that's how we were able to go out for the public investment. And there are many which are self-financed and without any inconveniences within the legal framework. We can expand the time that they have for investment. We have additional investment that can be made, and that will just bring up everything that they're doing. They have more services that can be carried out because of the investment and the general direction of private and public investment. But it's going to be in parallel. At the same time, we're going to look for the sector, and the sector has looked for us. And when the sector doesn't look for us, we go to them. And you see, we can generate a work table together with MEF, but the work starts from zero in parallel. And it's not the schematic or this work in parallel. When we finish the project, that's when we're going to be going in with MEF. And then that's when they're going to be telling us what we have to do or when we have to do. And then they have like 1 million observations. None of this is needed. It's already prescribed within the plan. And it's necessary, for example, to have a third lane in the Panamericana Sur all the way to Paracas. We have been talking about this for the last 10 years in Ica. And, well, we have the issue regarding distribution of gas, also the ports that we're working on in Shanghai, and also connectivity. If we don't have a goal, then our main idea won't have an impact. So what do we have? We have to be able to exploit the things that we have. We have some that are working, and another 70% we have to have a system in which we're expanding. And we have to have a third lane from Lima to Ica. And this package of investment has a predisposition of MEF. It has a knowledge of MEF now, and they have started this process together with ProInvestment, and in one way or another, they are behaving very well. It's a synergy that I believe has always happened, but now we have more synergy, and now we have these packages that have been identified, and we're going to be able to be placing these in service, and many of them are going to a definite file because these are self-finance concessions. And we believe that this is going to definitely be going into sustainable growth in the next few years. This is work that in one way or another we were ready for. This is leadership, and we have taken this on. Some are opportunities, some are obligations, and, well, we're going to be connecting very soon with the metro, and it's not ready. We have to be ready for this moment to be reached, so it's mandatory to be able to improve this metro line. Nobody wants to repeat panoramas where the projects are not met at time and that good news turns into bad news, and I think that the learning never again. So we are working in modernizing the metro, and we're also working on projects that are going to allow us to take gas to Cusco and gas to the different regions. This is something that is everything that we need, and with a little bit of pressure, fiscal pressure, and a little bit of pressure on the debt. And as Emerson was saying, we are bringing investment from the future to the present with rigorous analysis. Number one, we're doing nothing, and we wait and wait and wait. And that's one option. Another option is to sit down together with all of the concessionaries, many of them persistent and present till today, and then we can agree on new investments. That way, 26, 27, 28, we can carry out more instead of 40, 41, 42. These contracts were made so that they exist. It's not always the case. We can see concessions that have not finished, and some of them we have some measures because there is no space to be able to make these investments. But those that are here, they are presenting challenges and opportunities. And so now we have about $12 billion, and we hope that these are going to be spent this year on these projects. These are the 14 projects that we have in irrigation. A few weeks ago, we were with the Minister of Agriculture And some are new for you, some are old that are known. The Chinecas one has been under us for some time now. This year, finished with the viability of this project from before. We have to incorporate many more hectares to be able to confirm and to be able to move forward with the exportation in Peru. Majes 1 and 2, nobody wanted to talk about that. Pro investment and everything. We went and told them we're going to talk about this. We need to talk about this. And this is so ProInversión feels more efficient to be able to reactivate this as soon as possible. Next week, if possible, we have, or we would like to have news about this. We have Chunta Chaibo Chikbak, which we have them on the table as well. Today we have Chancay, Lambayeque, we have these. So there are a lot of projects really in the next few years that are going to be transforming Peru even more. This year, 2025, 2026, as we have said, and today, we'd like to think that we are building the train that's going to take us forward into development.
I believe this is an important slide. I believe our minister has it. This is we have two important parts of the table, but I believe something that must happen. I believe that we have to have ProInversión as a main guiding entity for PPPs. I believe that it is important to have this previous process to assume as officers the operation and maintenance of this process. So that is why we're working on a project of laws. We're trying to see this in very well summarized. One is the main guiding institution for new processes, because we have to be the assigning entity, that we have to have this entire multi-million-dollar package with additional added value that will be added for all projects which are now to date in the process of contracts and also in the process of execution, and also in the formation of PPPs, which I believe will have an important impact, and which will have a very quick and speedy format, which will avoid going in circle. There's some specific places that will emphasize the infrastructure of operators in which they know how long they have for these small simplified processes. So we can see this main process we see not only with ProInversión. We believe that everything was important. Our ministry stated it too. I believe that they have the certainty for everything, and we believe that this will generate important impact for the certainty of the projects. I hope the process for this table. Additional thing, we have to be responsible in this. We have to create an important muscle in infrastructure, in private infrastructure, and it has to go hand in hand with the creation of a director of execution of contracts of ProInversión to bring the best technicians to assume this execution, which are present in the various ministries, which know how this works. This will go into actual slide, which go to the advisor of this project, which are for everything because of CONARP, and for the scheme of flexibility of works. And that's how we're going to go. The MEF still is working with the 3 corresponding areas, but with a speedy and responsible work plan. Yes, we believe that this is part of these private investment program, with something we have for MEF and ProInversión, with the objective of having everything for $70 billion. Not to be done on time, but to be done in efficient milestones, giving priority to the system. But ProInversión assumes here the responsibility to respond for any project under its responsibility and to not dilute it between many actors in which they're all responsible. And in the end, when you have too many responsible, nobody does the work. So those are the challenges that the future provides for us. We hope to have the continued support of BID, which has a very strong arm for the execution of this strong arm for PPP, for private-public partnerships. So I believe we have many more slides to share. but we're not going to go into greater detail because they talk about the projects in greater length. We are very excited for the MEF at ProInversión for the very, very large task we have ahead. ProInversión is committed with modernizing itself. It is adopting in this past few years new mechanisms of agreement and contracts. We are not adverse to any kind of new type of agreement of contracts. We believe that our final objective is to have infrastructure and public services with quality and in a timely manner. And we're going to use any tools we have at our disposal. Reforms are part of this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, we invite you to the front for the protocol picture. We wish to thank Mr. Ernesto Castro for the policy of private investment of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and Mr. Luis Carpio. Luis El Carpio, Director General of ProInversión Peru. Thank you for your participation. To everybody who wished to listen to the Portfolio Brazil, you can change the color of your headset according to the scheme shown. And for those who wish to go for lunch, you can go to the Lima Tambo Hall next to the plenary, which is right next to the elevators, and we will meet back in 1 hour.
Hola, buenas tardes. Gracias.
Greetings and good afternoon. Thank you for coming after this delicious lunch and to listen to our panel. We have with us one of the most successful projects here in Peru, and we're going to discuss a bit on as to how they reached this level of success with these projects. And we are very happy because of that. Thank you. It is an honor to give the welcome to this event, Foreign Investment in Peru, Cases for Success. We're going to talk about the fundamental role of foreign investment for the promotion of growth and sustainability in this area, in this region. We'll see some case studies in Peru and see the challenges and successes that we have for the next years, as well as strategic synergy between the private and public sectors for development. We'll analyze also, in particular, how collaboration in infrastructure can have a transformative impact in the regional development, as well as in new models of collaboration that are appearing nowadays. First of all, we have Jaime Platón Lamela Pascua, of the Periférico project from PPP, which will transform the infrastructure in Lima. Guiding the consortium guided by Ferrovial, Porciones Asir, Jaime directs these projects of this urban highway of more than 35 kilometers for $3.4 billion in value. Thank you for participating, Jaime. We also have Pilar Vizcarra, CFO of Lima Airport Partners, cooperating company for the International Airport Jorge Chávez. Under a PPP plan, has obtained foreign investment for $400 million in its 24 years of operation. With more than 30 years of experience, she has been a leader for many rounds of financing, including the financial closing of $1.2 billion in 2024 for the expansion of the airport. An important milestone recognized worldwide. Thank you for sharing your vision, Pilar. We also have Fernando Bravo, Director for Peru and Colombia of Goldman Sachs. Fernando is the leader of the office in Lima and supervises the operations of the bank in the Andean region. Fernando is responsible for identifying and structuring the financial opportunities for governments and corporations in both countries. Thank you for participating, Fernando. We also have Luciano Gufrante, CFO of NG Energy. Of NG Energy, Peru, a French group, and a protagonist in the energy sector in Peru. More than 25 years of experience in the NG Group. Luciano has led many groups and managed complex financial situations in many areas of the world, such as Dubai and Chile. In Peru, Luciano has recently closed on the operation of $300 million for the wind project Punta Lomitas, the largest renewable energy built in Peru to date. Thank you for participating in the panel, Luciano. And finally, we have Andrea Gardia Muguruza, Director of the Specialized Team of Follow-up for Investment of the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Peru, a key entity in the PPP promotion with foreign investment. Andrea supervises a portfolio of $81 billion, ensuring its execution both efficiently and transparently. Thank you for participating here, Andrea. Well, as we have seen in other panels, we are going to have further on a question for everyone, and everyone in the audience can vote. The question that will receive the most amount of votes will be the one chosen. We'll have three options, and here people can vote via WhatsApp, and the people who are connected virtually can use the QR code, which will appear shortly on screen. I believe we have the three options here, and I'm going to be reading them. Are they going to show the QR soon? Or I can read them. Anyway, we will continue the conversation, and if you see the questions, please make your vote. Foreign investment has played a crucial role in the development of the modernization of the infrastructure in Peru, especially in the framework of PPPs. All throughout the previous years, the initiatives of foreign investment have demonstrated to be a key motor for the growth of the country, increasing the quality of public services and contributing to the development of infrastructure projects. However, Peruvian experience has also left us with valuable lessons on the importance of an adequate management of risk, transparency in the bidding processes, and a regulatory framework that is both clear and stable. Let us begin with you, please, Jaime. Now, PPPs have allowed to develop a transport framework that is both stable and efficient. But it is true that have been some things that have held back said growth. From your experience in the previous slides, line 2 of Metro, what are the main lessons learned in the implementation of infrastructure of transport under the PPP model? How can they be better structured to guarantee their execution in a way that is both timely and efficient and sustainable on the long term? Well, greetings to all. It's two questions which I believe with many concepts of merit to be discussed. The most simple one and easiest to answer is on sustainability on the long term, which you mentioned. From my perspective, it's the choice of sponsor. There are many sponsors. They're not simply categorized by sector or by experience. In the market, in the financial institutions, they know them. And the administrations are within a bidding process or a tender process. They see if they are present or not. Nowadays, any project is subject to analysis for profitability in both socioeconomically wise. And if we go by price, for example, that's one perspective. And then, depending on the risk that the administration can have, you can choose a sponsor or someone else. In the case of the ring, we have the three sponsors are companies who have an origin in construction companies. We are Spanish companies who specialize. And I believe in one of the added value that we provide are this interaction for the concession. Under that lesson learned, we have a construction contract, which is very complicated. We understand from the perspective of the concessionary. When seeing from the public perspective, there is no different type of construction company. It's just the engineering value that can be objectivized by the design. And we have an operational difference, which is part of our identity. We do not go for third parties to do the infrastructure construction, which is well completed. As such, we have a vision that is quite rather complete of our business. The second concept that you mentioned, which I believe we cannot ensure a guarantee of success. What we can do is from the administrative part and from the private part is a series of behaviors that can allow us to achieve the objective we all want. As such, We're open for dialogue as simply being able to listen. And it can be something that can lead us to a greater sense of success because whenever we want it, we have the person who assigned us this tender to listen to us and to hear us. The second point that we is that from the administrations, they understand that in the end, also we have everything. And when we have our studies, that are the socioeconomical studies, we added a factor of what will be the savings in time. And whenever the project is not completed, then we have the possibility to improve the lives of the citizens, which is something that we would like that everybody understand that it's not just private, that it has this, we have when faced with our, with the interested parties that have allowed us to use this investment capital. But it's the ensemble of the citizenship that allows us to complete this project. And then something which I also believe is very important is that all administrators have to understand that it is not just that we are trying to change people that are in charge of a project. Sometimes there are structural issues that we have to overcome. And one of the benefits of PPP is that there are some risks that from the private parts we are capable of managing in a better way. And regarding this last part of the question regarding of lessons learned, well, there are many. For example, this road, this peripheral road that we're going to have around the city is something that we have had much experience on. So we contribute our experience. So we have to give citizens the chance to choose. As such, there will be alternate routes for those who do not wish to pay a toll road. And also a project for infrastructure has the social area that is also fundamental, which for us, it is very important to allow us a depressed part of Lima to have access to a social good. And from the environmental spaces that could be abandoned, we can transform them to what can be a future road forest so that people can use them as well. Very, very interesting, and thank you for these comments. It is interesting because our CFO, James Scriven, he also spoke in the morning, and when we're talking about any projects, who's the sponsor, who's the partner, who is the associate? That is number one in order to determine the success of the project. Who is the partner or associate here who wishes to do the financing? From our experience, every project, we have many energy, water, transport, all sectors, education. Every project has their moments in which you face challenges, and it is very important to know which as partners we will have on the table trying to look for a solution, or who work collaboratively or not. So very important. Thank you, Jaime. Pilar, in the case of the airport has a PPP model. As we know, we have analyzed the foreign investment for $2.4 billion that we have stated before during the 24 years of operation up until now. It is an icon of PPP infrastructure-wise, not only in Peru, but for the region. From your perspective, what are the key factors to align the interests of foreign investors and multilateral entities and the Peruvian state to guarantee the success and operational success of the project? What lessons can we gather to ensure success in future PPPs? Well, I am in agreement to what was said before. I believe what's more important in this case of concessions and large-scale projects and long-term projects is the quality of the sponsor and investor. We have two high-level partners, G, who is a leader when it comes for airports at global level with the operation of the Frankfurt Airport and 28 other additional airports in various areas of Europe and Latin America and Americas. Harvard also is managing all of the operation aspect of the airport, and we also have as an associate IFC, the International Finance Corporation, a member of the of the World Bank, who's also engaged as institution for investment to promote private investment and financing issues and development. The use of both long-term investors means that for us to be in a project of this magnitude, it not only implies us to have a contribution of capital, but also to have a transfer of knowledge, best practices for everybody, not only for us to, as a company, it has been very useful to work this past 24 years of a multidisciplinary team of many countries with a lot of experience, as well as we have implemented a series of best practice international standards. And in general, I could say that in this specific sector of the airport, we didn't have much progress or development. So that was something that was very important for the country. On the other hand, I would also like to mention that something that's also very important is to have a stable macroeconomic environment, which can allow said investments that are high level are well managed, not only in the macroeconomical aspect, but also legal, regulatory aspects, etc. Because it is a long-term investment, and investors are committed to the objective of long-term, and this means to have this will bring good benefits for the country, but also we also have to have clear conditions. Investors need to have predictability and also have a long-term investment and stability or definition of the methodologies that are going to be used, for example, for the calculation of rates. That the concessionaire proposal be treated with that vision of long-term investment. So it is essentially those two aspects that I wanted to mention. In this past few years, we have invested effectively $2.4 billion. We have also transferred to the Peruvian government $3.5 billion payment from the concession fee, which in our case we pay 46.5% of our income, total income to the state. We also pay fees to Corpac for the operation of control and general services for airport management. We also pay tariffs for our sector, fees and taxes. So those are the fees we have paid this past 24 years, and also the concession fee, which is paid by the state, which is in charge of co-financing the infrastructure of the regional airport. So our impact goes further than Lima. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Pilar. And it seems that we see that for Lima Airport partners and for the state, it works for PPP in the case of the airport, so thank you. We see now here with Fernando, representative of the commercial bank in this panel. From your position at Goldman Sachs, have you seen key financing for infrastructure projects in Latin America? What factors do you consider more critical so that Peru can keep on attracting foreign investment in PPP model, and what lessons can you learn, can you take home from other countries? So thank you. Thank you to the IDB, and thank you to share with the very colleagues. Other than my role as representative of Goldman Sachs in the office in Lima, I also got for the infrastructure in the region. I have had the opportunity of working in some projects implementing PPPs with many governments and in various other countries, many other sectors of the region. I would begin leaving a very clear message. There is a lot of interest, And unlike what Milei says, there is money, a lot of money, for the region, for infrastructure, and in particular in this situation. The world is in turmoil. The last time I checked, tolls and fees are not subject to tariffs. So just to put it into context. Now, regarding choices, I believe to give you some examples in our region. And there are some challenges that we have had to do, and which I believe apply to Peru as well. We are well involved in a program in Colombia, a very ambitious one for this transportation sector. The 4G program, 4D roads a few years ago. There's a of more than $20 billion for infrastructure, and strategic-wise, about 29 concessions all throughout the country. And here, we began from this central government for importance, and given the recognizing the fact that you could not finance it without external sources. As such, they were very open to bring best practice in project finance and foreign capital. So we had the opportunity to work informally with the Ministry of Labor, which was something that was done for this program to try to finance this, and there was a lot of of doubts regarding this, because it was a very important construction process where the profits came in local currency. And one of the things that we learned from this was that the government was very proactive to try to resolve or to unlock or unblock issues. And later, when we did the allocation of the concessions, we had to structure the financing of the first three. So there, given the importance of the program, we had to create a local development bank for this, which is the Financiera de Desarrollo Nacional. I have some colleagues here. And they were very open, meaning, where is the problem? Where is the challenge? And one of the conclusions they reached was, at least from our perspective, was if there is no investment-grade financing, then it'll be more difficult. So we work alongside the local investment bank to work on personalized up-to-task solution to be able to cover the payment, any delays in the payment of the state, not only to have investment, but also have bonuses and bonds to focus on controlling inflation on the long term on Colombian currency. So if you see it 5-6 years afterwards, they have been able to finance 29 projects of same matter for operation, and I believe it was a very positive experience. So in similar way, we have some other ones for reconstruction. We had the opportunity to work with the investment in the PPP in Paraguay, 2 governments, 3 addenda, and working with the local government, and finally could finish this strategic project for it, which was this road that links Asunción with the east. And some weeks ago, this is not PPP, but we financed a private placement with private investment with one of the largest investors for Latin America for some waterworks for a mining company in Chile. So the message here is constructive, I believe. Now, many of the challenges are, yes, there are entities that monitor that there be dialogue and coordination. In Peru, there has always been this problem, but as a banker and as a Peruvian, I see a window, a lot of predisposition, which now we can make the best and try to provide support whenever possible.
Thank you. And, well, from BitInvest, we work with all of the countries in the region, and in many cases, we speak with investors, international investment, and they have appetite for 5 countries in the region, and Peru is one of the 5. And so, what is your opinion, Fernando, here in Peru? Why do they have appetite for Peru? Or why are they at the level of Brazil and Chile? Like what Pilar said, Well, most of my career, I worked in New York and trying to bring foreign capital here to Latin America. At the end, the investors, the foreign investors, they're trying to find ways to get back their money. And here, Peru, I got used to it, the traffic, the noise. I mean, it's not that difficult. It's not that complicated. But Peru has a risk as a country, together with Chile and Uruguay. It's significantly lower. The rate of the dollar, it is significantly lower. So my wife, for example, said she was afraid of me being paid in soles. And no, it's one of the most stable economies. And at one point, it was the gold standard, and there's still a regulatory framework within the structure that is very good. And where we have a sponsor, an international client, we can say, okay, there's problems, but you know what? Technically speaking, everything is good. What we need is projects. The money is there. And, well, our risks are always political. We know this. We have a short advantage, but, we have to go for it. We have to go for it, and we have to put on our Peruvian jackets or shirts and just keep going for it. All right, changing to Luciano, the wind project that is in collaboration with the BID. It highlights success with renewable energies. What strategic elements were key to make this project in Peru viable or feasible, and how do you think that these lessons can make more foreign capital be invested here? Yeah. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to begin with. Hello to everyone. Well, look, I thought a lot about all the concepts here because logically this is a long-term business. In economic terms, it changes in government, and logically they highlight the same thing, this stability within the regulatory framework. And me being Argentine, look at my comments are not always the case in America. And you know what? This is a risk that is significant for anyone. But in our case, we've been here in Peru for the last 25 years and present in Brazil, Chile, Mexico, Argentina, obviously, but Peru is still sort of a refugee, a safe place in Latin America because of the stability. And well, as the years have gone by, we have been able to see and transcend any sort of political noise that is made. We know that that is not going to be as influential as we thought. And so as a group, this is one of the strategic countries within the regulatory framework and the macroeconomics. But also that it is very aligned with the group strategy, which in our case is, the energy and decarbonization. And for several years now, we have had the goal in carbon being 45, and it is a curve for us, it is our goal. And the benefit that we have in Peru, which is similar in the case of Chile and Brazil, is that the industries are, significantly moving, and it is, an industrial countries, and we are doing this energy transition. So it's aligned very well with the sector that we have very much in Peru. We have mining, and with strategic goals, and with the strategic goal being decarbonization. And what's happened a couple of years ago is a technological change, which was very large in the energy sector with, non-conventional renewable energy that obviously they comply with the decarbonization. They comply comply with more efficiency because, well, the construction is much less and the cost of construction is much less, but they present other types of complexities, and that's where I would like to really sort of highlight the point of the public-private associations, because this project, like you said, a couple of years now, started in the investment, and it was symbolic for us at the beginning because it was the first project of this size that we had in the country, and it had the need of a bid. And it was contracts amongst private companies. So we didn't really need, the public sector didn't need to be able to develop. They could do it privately, obviously with the support of the different parts. And for us, it was Anglo-American and Gayabeco. That was the project. And obviously the financing, because, we had that. But this was the technological change, and at that point we needed the support from the public institutions, private institutions were using this at the beginning, and now it is fundamental in this energy transition. And just to name an example, through these bids or through the tenders, we've been able to get this because when we get more technologies, more projects geographically dispersed and much more sort of in and out here in the technology, we need a system and transmission that is extremely robust. And if we look at this in the case of Chile, we see this system, transmission system that we have in terms of loss in the country is not much. And so we hope that this is the case in which we recover. It's important for us to be visible, and it's very long term in regards to these projects, because that's what it's going to be ending in. And together we're going to be able to develop, obviously supporting the demand, but also to be able to mitigate this. And just to finish up here, this about financing, I completely coincide. I agree with my colleague. There's a lot of appetite here. It's investment, so that it makes it much easier, but there's a lot of appetite for Peru. And in the context that we have, the economic context, it's the same. And so for us, the pain of being partners with someone like that, it's helpful because of sustainability. It's one of the components that we evaluate within the sector. It's investment, and having the experience of a partner on this side with multilateral, being BID or seats, this generates a lot of synergy within our teams with the financing teams, especially regarding sustainability. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us a perspective of the energy sector. It's slightly different, and well, we perhaps need some to speak of Argentina, because there's a lot of interest in our country and opportunities as well, but this is a different conversation to be had. I want to hear from Andrea. You supervise a certain amount of PPPs with billions of dollars, with some of them with, foreign investment. And these have longer lives. What role does the technical accompanying of the state role to be able to guarantee the success? And how have they contributed with the experience in multilaterals and be able to raise the confidence in international investment here in Peru? Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth, and the BID for me being able to speak. Well, first of all, I'd like to explain what it is that we do within the process of execution and of investment, and where our final goal is to be able to have good investments and implemented within the timeframes that are programmed. LSE is a team that is made by technical advisors that are very specialized in different sectors. We have over 80 $14 billion, which in part are APPs, but we also have private investments. And we are, well, part of the Ministry of Finance. And so this gives us the advantage of being able to have certain critical alerts during the execution of the projects that helps us or allow us to elevate this in high levels. And so this is one of the first functions that SE carries out. And two other very important functions are, one is the articulating role like this. I mean, we work together with the private sector and the public sector, and in PPP contracts, it's very valuable to have this dialogue and cooperation, not just from here with concessions or those that sign the important parts of the project, but also, well, the other entities in the sector that are present during the entire process, be entities that have to have the environmental issues or those that have to have the approvals for servitude or use, SBN, etc., or the municipalities with their, well, how they interfere or how they need to be participants. And so there are different entities that participate within the process, and the articulating role of SE allow us to be able to sit together with the concessionaries or the tender owners. And here the technical team can propose different technical solutions that might hold projects back. And so this is one of the roles that we fulfill. And then, well, we have 7 sectors that are prioritized. We have transportation, communication, education, health, but we also have 2 sectors where we have participation of PPPs, but also just its own investment. In mining, we have, investment. The majority are foreign, which I think is something that is worth it mentioning here for this panel. And, different PPP projects that are for renewable energy that for the first time in NC, we have started prioritizing some projects, and some are not PPPs, but they're necessary to be able to improve the matrix here in the country and to be able to add. Today, Peru is at a percent of capacity, and being able to add to both wind and solar power. And so we have been moving towards the mission or the vision, given the resources that we have. This is what we are promoting in SE, and we now have 12 projects for $14 billion, and we are pushing together with the state and the economy of the Ministry of Economy and Finances. And so part of the question is that this is important for the structure of the projects, the PPPs, where technical capabilities or capacities and being able to structure projects. And what we see that is being executed, the team in SE looks at how some projects have some things that are not foreseen when they've been seen, and they incorporate them. And this is where pro-investment can also help, and to have continuous improvement. I think that this is something that's very important. And having standardized contracts where we can replicate some of the cases, like, for example, energy, where the projects for electricity, they have some things that are consensual, and then we're working very well, like ports and others, and reactions with the contracts themselves. And I think that the role being Invest and INC, I think it's very important for the case of projects that are private. They're not PPPs, but they need the participation of BID so that we can continue as a country to have decarbonization and continue being cleaner. Thank you. And, within the BID, we also have a team monitoring our portfolio as well. They're heroes in terms of all of this because, I mean, the life of the project, 20 years, there's a lot of challenges, a lot of difficult moments, and it's super important. And it need creative people with a lot of capacity and capabilities, and this is a very important part of this. So congratulations for this, Nessie. And I think that, I don't know if we're going to have the 3 questions or 3 people are going to vote, or are we not going to do that? I'm not sure. Well, while you decide, one thing, Andrea is a Peruvian that has a very successful career a foreign career, and I feel like she is being supported, and she's also become Team Peru, right? And that is something that is, brings us enthusiasm. So I'm sorry for the embarrassment, but this is something that had to be said. Yeah, and everything is connected because, I mean, who is the sponsor partner? Who is the bank? Who is at the table? Who are the people at the table when there is a challenge? How are we going to be able to solve these things? Solve the things that things that make sense. We're always learning, and this is something that's very interesting to be able to hear the experience here in Peru. Well, I don't know. I understand that we are not going to have time for questions. I mean, I can continue. Do we have time? Well, I'm going to ask because we have these questions and it is part of the survey. We don't have the interaction of the audience, but I'm going to select the question for all of you. Okay, I think this is something that we want to see. How do the success stories from PPP or APP, how can they inspire new models in other sectors that are key sectors in Peru, and what lessons do they offer? And so we have to think a little bit outside of the box, how it is that we can apply structure to like a service structure, for example, or others. You have experience in other countries with other sectors or other things that we can do perhaps with APPs? Anybody? No? Well, in Brazil, as we've said a little bit, our team in APPs, we're working on the forestry sector, right? And, forests, to be able to start with a system to be able to have incentives for the preservation of forests through APPs or PPPs. And so that's an example. Well, we could say that, the infrastructure becomes more and more sort of mobile. It's not just the physical part mobile, but it is the wish, the hopes of people to be able to move from one place to another. And these are different technologies that come up and we get new opportunities. For example, I don't know, what sectors here in Peru are not that so very developed is recharging vehicles, electrical vehicles. It's impossible to have it because there are no points where you can recharge them. And so to know what the technology is that can improve people's lives and the wish of people, I mean, obviously people want to move around, and that is going to depend on the infrastructure. Right. And in energy, we've seen models with batteries and how it is that we can use this type of technology. Right, in that sense. I mean, that's what we were talking about, because that's a sector where probably today, because of the market, is slightly difficult as a private investor to launch a project because you don't know what the differences are in margins, or you know that here and not very long, that sector is going to be very necessary. It's those that are going to be having much more projects in the system, and they're going to create this stability. And so it's the projects like batteries. I mean, I think definitely, yes, this is an area where the PPPs should be the motor to begin, and probably some years from now, it's not going to be necessary anymore. It's going to be the private investors, but this is going to need time as more renewable projects show up. But without waiting too much time, and these projects can be carried out together. And in the case of Chile, they generate other complexities, and so this anticipation, I think, is fundamental to have a participation of private public sectors. And yeah, of course, and we've seen the experience. We have lived the experience in Chile as well as a bank. And of course, we agree with that. And we have seen examples in some countries in the region. This is a sector that is definitely growing. Well, I think that, I don't know if anybody would like to ask anything or if you want to comment. Anybody want to say anything long term?
I believe that our strategy was at the level we're trying to do, we're trying to achieve what is called a net zero by 2045. We're working a lot in those regards, and as I was commenting, it's not just about infrastructure, but also what kind of services we're going to be providing for all passengers. So in that regard, we put our passengers in the center, and we'll see what is the demand of services will be required, how we're going to be tend to their needs first, and also be ready and prepped to be at that level. We're also working in many subjects. Also, all 100% of our energy comes from renewable sources, and we're very happy. We've been doing that for 2 years now. We're also transforming our fleet to electric. We're working on our trash disposal, residue disposal for taken to a treatment area in our plant, and also put into in the containers, etc., etc. So really, we are very much aligned with the IFC standards in all sustainability issues and topics. So it is important. So it is a lot of work, and we have much to do. And we continue working, yes, completely in agreement. That is also an agreement. It's important to increase sustainability, and my congratulations to you for the initiatives that you have. So to close, in terms of our takeaway message, the PPPs needed with financial expertise, innovation, and solid collaboration between the public and private, and private and the state are essential to attract foreign investment and to increase infrastructure in Peru, to promote a regional sustainable development with true impact for the country. So, thank you to all panelists, and thank to each and every one of you. We thank our panelists for the participation, and we invite you to the front to take the official picture.
La parte de adelante, la parte de adelante.
Yes, to the front, please, to the front.
Muchas gracias. Por este lado, por favor, para que pueda.
Thank you. Right this way, please. Yes, this way, please.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes con todos, con todas.
Well, hello for everyone. Thank you very much for being here. I believe that we're the last panel. I'm unsure. We have competition right next door, and I'm sure that the conference right next door we're going to be very interesting, but I'm pretty sure that this panel, this conference, is going to be, well, the cherry on the cake. We're going to, we were talking with the panelists and we were saying, this is the workshop. Like, this is the practical part. This is of the day, because all of us, those of us that are in the management of each one of the projects, both on the state side and also on the state, on the side of the tenants. And so the panel is just the knowledge, good practices, and lessons learned. Now, we know that in the era of knowledge, the era of information, the era that we live in, knowledge is fundamental. And discipline of knowledge is where we identify good practices and lessons learned. And they are in the execution of each one of the subjects and how it is that we occupy with the PPPs. And so the opportunity of being able to carry out this panel from the private sector and also the representatives of the state and others, we can take some model cases, which is like, for example, the second line of the Metro or the Chira, so that they can tell us the good practices, lessons learned in their day-to-day work, several years in each one of them. And so we have some great panelists. I'm going to start introducing them. We have Carmen Morfeo. I hope I said that well. She is engineer of several canals and ports. She works in different modalities in financing, special infrastructure, trains and subterranean trains. And she's participated in international tenders, and she's worked for several years for the Metro in Barcelona, working for several different things. Currently, general manager in the Metro de Lima 2, contract and concession for design, financing, equipment, electromechanical equipment, and different operations and maintenance 1 and 2. And this is Avenida Fawcett. This is Metro of Lima. So thank you very much for being here with us today. And then we have Jorge Casella. He's a civil engineer. He is an engineer of different areas in Spain. He has a lot of experience and been carrying out, his work in water and sanitation for several years, taking on several different positions in international companies. Since 2023, he's been working as general manager of the concession La Chira, a company that treats residual waters over 3 million citizens in Lima. This project, PPP, started in 2011 and, has had successful operations. Jorge is going to tell us a lot more about it.
Jorge also has experience in various projects in our country. Thank you. Thank you. I also have David Miranda. We are now going to the part of the state, the public part. It's a magistrate in administration with direction in Isan, with studies in masters in regulation, master in direction of companies, management in companies. I must say that David is director of the General Directorate of the Economy of Ministry of Finances for Investment, but he just been assigned to that post yesterday, so we congratulate him. However, up until yesterday, he was on white. That's why we also have this participation director of concessions in transportation and director of the MTC, with which we have a lot of experience in infrastructure management projects in the transportation sector. And finally, we have our deluxe panel of Darwin Parlavit, who is an attorney, a lot of experience in the public sector and in the management of infrastructure projects. Currently, Darwin is Director General of Programs and Projects in sanitation for the sanitation in Peru, where he guides initiatives to reinforce PPPs. Has many key postings in public policy, design of policies, strategic design in various ministries. Thank you, Darwin, for participating. Ladies first.
Esa licencia, comencemos con Carmen.
If you can allow me to begin with Carmen. So tell us, Carmen, based on your experience of line 2 in Metro, what do you identify to be the best practices that you have been able to identify in these years of management? Well, first of all, thank the organization. I believe that truly is a very important event, and of which we can learn a lot. Good practices of which you ask of me, I would first say the correct distribution of risks that are present in our concession contract or agreement. We, as concessionaire, we have all risks of design, construction, financing, operation, and maintenance. And the only risk that we do not have, which is on the grantor, is a risk of loss. For us, a lawsuit is an asset, and as such, all of the fees go to the grantor, which is the state, and we also do not have the risk of providing the areas of the concession in which we build. Performers doing the correct distribution of risks are those risks that have to be with those who are best at assuming them. In that case, I believe that is one of the strong points of the contract. I would also highlight the climate of mutual trust that we have for many years, and we're talking about since 2014, and despite the fact that we have this coming and going and a series of things that the contract has, we have been able to work in a climate of trust. I believe that is also very important. Thank you, Carmen, also to highlight what you have mentioned about the risks. We believe that this is fundamental for a concession contract. We have an appropriate distribution of risks, and that is one of the main efforts in structuring that is put to test when we prepare things. We do not know if it's going to work. We try to have distribution of risk to be as adequate as possible, and also to highlight the fact what you said about trust. Public policy for investment and promotion has now 30 years, a bit more than 30 years. And I believe that this has created trust in our investors, as we have said, and more than the changes of government and everything that we may have had. However, it has maintained and it still maintains. We believe that this is something that is fundamental for investment. Thank you very much, Carmen. Let us look now at the state, on the side of the state. David, what can you tell us on the good practices that you have been able to identify, if you coincide with what Carmen said, or if you can add anything to it? The case of line number 2 or other projects of the transportation sector. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you to the organization for allowing me to explain some of the subjects linked to this project, to give some framework, because we're talking about railroads and the metro line, and for other actors and participants that are for foreign. I would like to prepare a quick roadmap or area map of this sector, especially for railroads in Peru. We have a working metro line. We have one in construction. We have foreseen to have 2 more for line 3, line 4, and approximately more than 40 million in railroad projects all throughout the country. So it is important that based on the activities we have been doing, and even now for line 2, that we can gather some lessons learned that can be applicable for the next processes. How we have in principle for the management of projects, management of our timetable. In the case of a project, goes from the beginning of the works up until its realization or end of the program. So this is where we have this this my comment that we have to look at the timetable that overcomes the execution of the works that goes from planning that the state does in relation to the projects that have to be executed, and that all activities that lead to a proper execution of the project are shared with a final point of conclusion, meaning that they're all linked consistently. Now, what do I mean by this? If we foresee that we're going to be executing various projects for the metro lines, that we foresee that they're going to have, for example, railroads, then we have to begin thinking, for example, on the delivery of the locations in a timely manner. That is to say, we have seen some cases in which we have an execution of projects, and that this same execution of projects coexists with a freeing up or of land lots, of interferences, and that can affect any timetable. As such, it is important that beginning from some planning of what you may wish to do, that we can work transversely or horizontally to link everything on that involves a project in general, as well as for the actual locations or laws that are going to be used for project. This is something that is going to be very important. This is very important for the different projects that have a scope that is linear in nature or in their extension. Well, on the other hand, I believe it is important that the project, when developed, is done with all the capabilities and competencies that have been analyzed for its allocation, and that also includes a counterparty that has all the elements and tools necessary so that they can develop this project jointly and eventually to seek some means in order to safeguard and find an exit should there be any unforeseen circumstances. In this case, I believe it's important for the state in the reinforcement of capabilities of the management of the project, including best practices, because the state also is developed as an administrative manager that approves everything, the directives, regulations, etc. But that also, in the case of many projects, also needs to have this feeling, this additional that is linked to the management of projects. So these new elements, for example, the constitution of PMOs, that can be incorporated in this to reinforce this part with the objective so they can be looked in jointly for solutions. That is something that I wanted to give in this first opportunity. Thank you. Yes, thank you, David. And also, I take away the message of the part of what you said regarding planning. Something that is important not only from the state, but it requires collaboration with the private sector who best knows the sector. And that can also lead us to the proper planning. So we now go from the side of the state. We're going with Darwin. And if the project is for the sanitation sector, for La Chira, what can you tell us, Darwin, regarding the best practices that you have identified for the execution of projects in the sanitation sector? Thank you, Lucy, for the opportunity for this space to be able to have what we're doing in this sector. I believe that before I answer the question, you said something that is very important right from the start, and that is that in this group, we're both state and as countries and companies is one of the few groups in which we're talking about things that are happening day to day. We're not talking about numbers, we're talking about practical things that to see what can we gather from this day-to-day relationship we have between private company and state. And to answer your question, I believe that from the beginning, we were talking with people from my team, both from the formulation as well as the execution of the project, and I asked them, what anecdotes or what happened that how easy or difficult was this to to be carried forward? And what he told me is that it's a little bit of what they're seeing now in the Ministry of Housing, which is to work jointly, collaboratively, where you see aligning not only of the general direction, but you see an alignment with the high direction of other institutions, working hand in hand with the company, as we say, everybody, are on the are on the same team to think as one, and they begin to work collaboratively, and they begin to help one another in all milestones that were necessary, and in any process, both constructive and implementation, and also in the execution. We'll always find obstacles and challenges that have not been considered until the moment it happens. But what I can say from the relationship that we have between company with, for example, La Chira with the ministry is that it is a very good relationship. It is a cordial relation. We always, as with any relation, we have high points and low points. It's a not letting peak, but the fact that there is a collaborative work, and we always work hand in hand in the best manner possible, is something that defines us. And right now, even though it is true that we have more than 16 years, we have an objective until 2030 as part of our contract, and we're looking at the possibility of adding an addenda which can help us to expand the plant. And it will be a milestone which we believe it is important to have this common direction. So that is something that is positive, that if it's something that we can express is yes, that this is a partnership, an alliance between public and private. And we're not just we're trying to control things and sanction it. What we're trying to do is provide a public service, and we have to put first as people. And that is what PPP means to us, is to give water and sewage services to people, putting people first, and of course with some fees and company that corresponds in the framework of that. That's what I would say. Thank you, Darwin. And takeaway messages from these is this collaborative spirit you speak of, which is fundamental for a PPP. To know that we're working forward to the same objective. We may have differences 20, 30 years, the time that the contract will last. There will always be things in which we initially have different stances or positions, but what is important is to have a solution, to find a middle ground that will satisfy both parties, despite our differences, to always carry things with professionalism. So now let's go with Jorge. Jorge, go ahead. What is your experience with the good practices which you have been able to identify in the execution of the project La Chira? Yes, thank you for the invitation. Above all, first of all, I want to be very to the point for the best practices, and in particular with any company, we are worried about risk. And we believe that good practices in a PPP for sanitation is precisely that the technical risk be assumed completely or entirely by the concessionaire. Why? Because that allows us to develop the infrastructure or the infrastructures, design, engineering, thinking about in finding an infrastructure that will be able to accomplish the objective during the 25 years of the concession, which is in our case, that it be a robust infrastructure. And it also contemplates the correct operation and maintenance all throughout these 25 years. So that is why it is important that this risk remains in the private sector, and that the administration understands this. The technical risk has to be in the hand of the concessionaire. Another part, the financial risk. A good practice has always been, in the case of La Chira, which is a self-sustainable treatment plant. With fees we charge, we recover our investment via those fees, the water fee. So the idea of, despite the fact that it is a very well-known procedure to have a trust of this, makes it this financial risk, the recovery of this investment and the operation be recovered to the fiber company. And as such, the moment in which you do this transaction, it generates undoubtedly a better conditions, economic conditions. So I believe that these are the good practices that I would highlight. The technical risk in for the PPP is assumed by the private, and the use of trusts. For example, in La Chira, a trust of collection to ensure recovery of the financing and also for the maintenance operations and costs. Excellent, and thank you. Also to highlight that we have coincided in this part for the reduction of risk and the importance that an appropriate distribution of risk, and to understand also that in the case of trust, it has been very crucial the establishment of said trusts for the sanitation sector, and we have learned this in this 20, 30 years ago. We didn't know what a trust or trusts were before, so we had to do how to make this more solid, how to be made in one of these places was the foundation and creation of trusts. And thank you very much for this. So we now go to the second part now.
Now we're going to go a little bit further in the second block. We're going to be talking about the lessons learned. We sometimes are a little bit afraid of talking about the lessons learned because we're going to talk about something that didn't go well or that we didn't do well, but it's not about that. It's about identifying what opportunities of improvement we have, because evidently we have a contract that is so long and is so complex, that has so many things, it's impossible for it to be like a Swiss watch where nothing fails. Where, I mean, obviously the idea is that the new projects can learn everything that others have already gone through and have found other things that can be done better. That's not to say that anything has been done wrong. It's just better for other projects. And so let's start now with David. What can David say? And taking advantage, and this is a second to the last, is that talking about lessons learned. What is the future of the project for transportation? Well, good. Well, first of all, what does the future look like? Lessons learned. I'd like to start with the reality of a gap that today we have discovered in several different projects. And I believe, well, objectively speaking, we can't cover all of the projects and execute them on the side of the public investment. And so there's going to be a great opportunity here for the public-private associations, and they have this mechanism for financing is going to allow the gap to close quicker. And so in the public sector, what we have foreseen is, well, from before what we had in planning, we have programming. We had to look at, well, we had to have the desire to be able to execute them in the following years, but it's always going to be these projects that are, well, starting with these criteria. And some of them are looking for, well, being competitive in the country and always having the infrastructure that is a very relevant part. But when we talk about the projects that we have in the country, we have different projects that are sort of atomized. Let's say we have small projects, larger projects, and even though we have these, we're always sort of, let's say, the conditioning of the size of the project is always going to be limited when the decision making is happening, because yeah, I think that it is big opportunity so that the mechanism that we have can start developing with participation of the public-private and with the financial institutions, mechanisms that can incorporate the financing so that we can cover the gap quicker, just in general. And so that's on one side. On the other side, we also have, well, something that I would like to highlight, I guess, is that as we develop the infrastructure and the projects that give us a profit, a sort of a social profit and a benefit in general, many a times we see that the incorporation of an infrastructure has an environment that has not been prepared, is not adequate to be accepted enough, that is allowing us to be able to develop the project. Could take us to being in a situation that can, in some cases, to even stop the contract. So we have to be able to develop this towards the future. We also have to be able to manage this, being more sensitive with the population, and do whatever it is that we have to do to guarantee the sustainability of the project, right? And so there, for example, at some point I had to incorporate some mechanisms through a ministry that, that's where we could promote projects, and they were multi-sectorial projects that together could contribute to a certain population, that are to help with the acceptance of a certain type of investment, and that, in front we have this benefit. And so we also have to think of as opportunities how we develop this through the PPPs and projects that are not just focused on just one sector, but also like a pack that is going to help to be able to develop in a specific area, specific zone, and in accordance to the needs that we can find. And and just to close up with that, in the process of the execution of the project, I see this as like a chain where the links are all there and we each contribute to the next space. So within our regulation, what are the steps that we sometimes take that are very demanding, that have a lot of work in the private or public sector, and that when we do take the next steps, perhaps the information that has been worked on and is extinguished, or we do have a cycle or a process. And so it is important from the perspective of the public sector, for example, today, that we can determine what the aspects are that could make so that the regulation could be more dynamic, more fluid, and they can contribute so that the APPs that have sort of a matrix that are more public-private association and already being managed in a project that is ongoing, for example, this is something that you do. You invest. You search for something. Socially, you have to be accepted and you find the resources. But, I mean, in a scenario where you already have a project that is ongoing, this is something that we also see. And we work together in a sort of a second plane. And so also align with the what's being said by the Ministry of Economy and Finances, or the Hacienda, that this is working on the regulation to be able to accelerate things. Okay, thank you very much for this sort of integrated view. Okay, now we're going to give the floor to Carmen. Carmen, these lessons learned that could be useful for us. I mean, you have line 1. You guys are the integrated concession that have all this chain of responsibilities in the construction operation of the metro. What opportunities of improvement do you feel that exist, or what's in construction? Line 3, line 4, what can we take advantage of? Well, I would say that more than speaking about the future, this is something that's already present. I mean, with the first line that we already have that's being used, the feedback that we're getting from the users and the different people that visit the line, well, it's very positive. And we consider that we are the first subterranean metro that's completely automatic in Peru, that has nothing to envy any others that can be built of this generation in the entire world. And it's because in the measure in which the demand, the horizonte that is seen, and very large amount of people that go into the sub. And so that frees up the pressure that that we see in the city. As we know, we feed it with electric energy that we consider completely clean, and it brings down environmental contamination because of the fact that it's subterranean. And this is including even acoustic or visual contamination doesn't have this impact. And there is always an itinerary or in the chain of the train, and people that have reduced movement or any other sort of issue, and we have this in the urban turn to be able to make the city better. And so this is an infrastructure that not only contributes to being able to solve the problems that they have, the city of 11 million, but also contributes to sustainable movement. And so in this sense, I believe that it's a great lesson, and that we should continue moving forward to be able to achieve and have an integrated network of subterranean, and it can be together with buses, taxis, bike lanes, etc. And in regards to opportunities for improvement, I believe that there are always opportunities for improvement. We've already commented, and it's basic to have planning and to prepare to be able to receive a sort of linear infrastructure that goes through the districts of the city and gives service to the districts that have 2.5 million people for the next lines. And it's important to be able to pay attention and be connected to that. And we believe that we should also highlight that we have to empower those people that are working. There are people that are very valid, very prepared, and truly we have to be able to empower those workers to be able to make the right decisions. And it's like, they put on the jersey, but they have to be able to make the decisions, because if not, there are problems that come up, and then there is the doubt, and they believe that there are some things that, arbitration, and they believe that both parts have a lot to learn. And so empowering the servers and also having continuity both for them and the private sector, because the PPPs, I always think that this is like a very long marriage, and so there's important to have this continuity, and so that we don't have to explain again from the beginning of a project, and that things could happen again. And so this is sort of like moving forward, and then you go back and move forward and go back. And I think that this is something that is very important. And at the end, we call this the unique or the only window, and it's that in our contract there are too many stakeholders. We have ATU, we have OCITAN, we have supervision, we have let's say the ISA, the independent from safety, and this makes it so that there are too many windows open, and sometimes they don't always think the same thing. So it's ideal to have just one window so that the state, and I'm saying this because I've also been part of the state, and the state internally can align and we can get just one feedback. That would be ideal. Thank you very much. Well, I am left with this idea of the window, that this is definitely something that we should make possible, something in all of the sectors, and empowering the public servers. This is for them to be trained enough, and well, all of the ideas that are magnificent that you're proposing. And now let's go to sanitation. What can you say about these opportunities for improvement that you've been able to identify towards the future projects? Well, I agree with Carmen and with David in that first there has to be the right kind of planning. And this also is aiming towards sort of a territorial issue, because we're in a moment in which just thinking of a project and not thinking of community, that this has brought problems. And so clearly what we have to do is also for the projects to have this sort of social view, and then the risks that we talk about, because if not, I mean, not just banks, but these are potential risks that they have within the communities, and this is something that has to be worked on, and it's part of these lessons that we live on our day-to-day, right? And so we do try and find certain predictability, and it's a sector, I believe, that we are searching for us being able to reactivate the PPPs. This year we have, probably 5 very good pieces of news that are important. And so the sector that was stopped before the pandemic, we didn't hear about PPPs. We are reactivating them this year, and between 5, 7, maybe even 9 projects, depending on the speeds. And this is going to depend, in collaborative work, but in ProInversión and CEDAPAL, or the EPSs, or regionally speaking, ministries, other institutions, right? But also we have to look a little bit further than that. I think that lessons learned, in some cases, they're plants that we have built and that we have had to add some sort of addendum because we needed to grow the plant, or that there was a smaller problem, for example, that, I think that these are spaces that bring us to just think. We can correct the things that have been left in the air, and also just sort of go towards these new projects. We want to have this view towards the sector. It's a shared view that we have amongst everyone, and we want to be able to have operations that are sustainable, not just to be a concession or a project of the future, but for them to be sustainable in time, and for them to truly transfer the knowledge to those that are going to be managing them. So I think that this is a role that is an important role to see and look at it as an investment, yes, and obviously strengthening the capacities of all of those that are going to be managing it, and obviously always looking towards the future and the best public service possible that people are going to be receiving in accordance to each reality, right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Darwin. And we see that many are agreeing in many of these aspects, and the strengthening capabilities and capacities and empowering the public servers. And the last intervention, Jorge, what do you think about this possibility of generating spaces for improvement and these good practices, but incorporating these this criteria of lessons learned? What do you think about the APP specifically in La Chia? Well, the same as my previous position. I'm going to very specific here. Yes, it is necessary to work on permits for the projects. There are a lot of things that intervene that are collateral and that are, they definitely affect the development. And look at our case at Cheetah, we were a year and something trying to get the license for the construction because at any point the mayor might have had any sort of problem and then they would deny the license and then would delay the project. And so there is work to be done there. And seeing how we can have a mechanism for that to be better. There are other organizations, but here I believe that it's important from the point of view of the private sector is that at least to comply with the time frames that are in the TUPA that we have. With that, we would have enough to be able to plan the necessary time to be able to achieve our goals. Now, in this aspect, the new Minister of Economy is aligned with this, and I think that is excellent news. But on the other side, we've participated in a lot of projects in PPPs and different alternatives. We've had different moments, and I've even prepared proposals for PPPs as private initiatives, and I believe that it's very important on the side of the administration or the state to be able to very carefully select the companies that are participating in the tenders. When a private initiative is published so that companies can be or bid in the offer, and then it's important that at that moment in the selection, we can look at what companies can participate. And they have to be able to guarantee their technical capabilities. They have to be able to guarantee their financial capacities. But also, from my point of view, we have to take into account that there is a least some sort of compliance in contract that they can show. And many companies on an international level, they've a way to show that they comply with their obligations, because what is the goal of a project? The project has to finish. Right? We have to finish a project and make it work. And so there has to be an effort being made in the moment in which we're selecting the companies that are participating in any sort of tender. And in the moment in which they go with the private initiative, they're published so that they can be part of the tender. And how do we see the future? We think that the PPPs are the way forward with this infrastructure. There is no better alternative, and I think that this is a very promising future. We have to improve little by little with these things. These are small details that in the project, they are not always going as fast as we want them to. And so, I see that this is a very promising future, but we are trying to get them to be quicker so that the project can work faster.
Thank you very much, Jorge. We are completely in agreement, and it is important to maintain the speed of the project as has been established when faced with the great needs that our country has. And with this, we end the panel. As a major conclusion, as Carmen and the other panelists have also mentioned, in a PPP, it is a sort of marriage on the long term. And I would like to say that we have demonstrated here how this marriage works, how this partnership works, going to the same objective, to this common objective, in which a traditional public contracting scheme, in which there can be some contradiction between the people. But in a PPP, more than any other project, we have to look towards the same regard to look at everything. And this has to be important from the controlling entities. To talk is nothing that is negative. In fact, people have to be in agreement to see how they can solve things and work in the benefit of citizens, which is what we should do. This is our objective, to improve the lives of citizens. Thank you, David. Thank you, Carmen, Jorge. Thank you. Thank you to everyone here to be here. We thank you, and we ask you to go to the front of the stage for the official picture.
Muchas gracias por este lado.
Thank you, and now right this way, please, so we can exit.